It's like you're a whole new character. Oh boy. Okay. Hi everybody. Hello. Welcome on in. We are playing Dungeons and Dragons this morning. I'm super fucking excited. This is I like Christmas weekend and New Year's weekend because I feel like they're just the ultimate time for us to celebrate and do whatever the hell we want to do. And the fact that we get to play D&D just a couple days before Christmas, and better than that, Lucy is joining us. Not only is Lucy joining us like on camera, but on voice as well. He is in South Africa right now on holiday and is giving us the wonderful gift of his time, and we are eternally grateful for that. So hopefully this works out, because we got a lot of D&D to play the next couple of weeks, and we're going to miss Lucy. So, well, we might not miss Lucy if this works out. Alright guys, so anyways, welcome on in. Today is session number 47 of the Wildlands. The group has just kind of fully recovered, maybe not mentally, but physically. If you have not seen my promo picture, by the way, which I have called the picture Alric from the Ashes, I encourage you to go take a look, because it really does kind of paint a really horrific and sad picture of the Alric to Ashes situation. But it's really cool, very powerful. Anyways, so we're going to be playing today until 2 p.m. Eastern. We got about 4 hours. We'll stop at about noon so we can get the kiddos down for a nap and get lunches squared away. And then, yeah, that's that. So, we want to just remind you guys that I do not pay a whole lot of attention to chat while I am running D&D. I might pop in and say hello once in a while, but it's going to be kind of a rarity if that happens. So, without further ado, sit back, relax, enjoy session number 47. Well, tonight, Nerdy Knots and I will be streaming. We're going to do everything we can to make it till 10. Last night was a food night for both of us, and my body is... I slept like a rock. That food hit my stomach and I was out, so it was pretty good. Anyways, and then tomorrow we have Boundless Valor, which, if I am not mistaken, we are going to have a guest joining us for Boundless Valor tomorrow. And then next year, New Year's Eve, we are going to be playing Boundless Valor again. We will have 2 guests joining us. These are other superheroes that are coming in very temporarily just to act as a filler, because we're going to be missing a couple folks. But yeah, we're super freaking pumped for it. I'm super freaking pumped for it. I know Candace is, so. Alright guys, here we go. Here we go.
Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, friends, welcome to session number 47.
That was good timing.
What?
Oh, Kat just said, all right, I'm gonna head out. Because
Hey, we invited you. Okay, so, December 2023, part 1, our last session number 46. So, the group gathered themselves before searching through the debris in the room. While searching, they found a second binding crystal and the crystal that was on Alric before he dusted, which thankfully was underneath the pile of dust. Because, boy, wouldn't that have been a waste of fucking time. So now what do we do?
that's where I thought we were.
Yeah. After scooping up over almost 10,000 in coins, the group was brought back to the prime material plane by a mage who ushered them into the command tent where Ezekiel was awaiting them. The command team was in shambles, much like you guys. They spoke for a while and decided to take a rest before meeting with Ezekiel the next morning. The group brought Alric's remains to the Temple of Bahamut, where Lady Artine the Mystic was awaiting them. She told them that she had received a vision from Moradine, a series of visions in the form of what she referred to as nightmares and dreams, and she said that she was eventually commanded to help bring Alric back, though it did end up costing the group 50,000 gold in materials, which, by the way, was a 25,000 gold discount. Oh, I actually even put in parentheses, that was the next part, a truly steep discount. The group agreed, and she began the strength and spirit ritual on Alric, which succeeded, very well, succeeded, damn near maxed out the roll. And then afterwards, she performed the true resurrection ritual, which with the strengthened spirit in Alric, brought the chance of him being dusted from the true resurrection to a 0% chance, which is almost impossible. So definitely worth the investment. So during that time, during the resurrection time. The real Sybil came to and spoke with the other group members in length about kind of what had happened. She didn't say a lot of specifics, but she said enough generalities that the group kind of started to get the picture that she was not in a good way, and some really fucking dark shit has been happening for, I don't know, a couple months now, behind the scenes. After that, the group gathered themselves, you guys, and brought yourselves all back together. We are picking up today. It is Saturday, the 25th of Jury. It is officially 9 p.m., so pretty late in the day. Alric is back and feeling great. Actually, better than before he got dusted, because now his spirit's real strong. By the way, that is not a free pass to go fucking start punching your death card, Alric.
If you do that, I'm gonna kill you.
He's like, ooh, I got at least 3 more in me now.
Look, I gotta catch back up to regain my title, okay? Like, I've got a lot of work to do. Is there any high caves around here that I can jump off of?
I will throw you. I will turn you into a snail and throw you off of it.
I'll take 4-armed monkey for 500 gold. That was a terrible death, that one, man. Okay, so we've got, so there's that, and then, what was I gonna say? Okay, so 9 p.m., you guys have just come back, Sybil is awake, she's alive and well as can be, in this instance, and... yeah, you guys, I believe, have gathered at the temple, and we were going to kind of plan what it is next you were going to do. I know there was conversation about people needing to watch Sybil while she slept, and Winnie was like, but I'm not that guy this time. I'm going to sleep, because that was fucked up. And then I think we had kind of left it there. So that's where we're going to pick up. With that being said, there was no combat last time, so there was a lot of great RP, though, and some pretty cool things as far as the ritual is concerned, so everybody gained exactly 1,000 experience, bringing Alric to 121,231, Gartok to 114,904, that's 114,904, Sybil, 105,179, and the other two are at 115,904.
I can't believe I just gained 105,000. Like, that's incredible.
No, you've been, yeah. Okay, so that's that for XP. Any questions, comments, clarifications before we take the next step? All right, guys. So let's go ahead then and give me just 1 sec to pull something up. All right, so back in Zlag Moshumbeek, you guys are gathered together now. Alric is alive and well as he can be, and you find yourselves here with Sybil. It is getting late. You are getting tired. You have eaten, so there's not really that concern. But what is it exactly that you guys would like to do now?
I'd like to go down to the river and pray.
Strike up a tune, my man. Okay. So Bloodmane is going to head. He's going to start heading east towards the river. Anybody else?
I'm going to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys at this point have essentially earned, I don't want to say necessarily 100% free lodging forever, but you're pretty damn close to it. So, especially after this little war situation, we'll say that you can get free lodging over in the tavern, same room. So that'll be Alric and Winnie and Sybil Gartok. What are you two doing?
I'm mostly waiting for the others to tell Sybil where they want her to be, because she's not going to be presumptuous about anything right now. She's still doing the quiet, kind of staying out of the way as best she can.
I mean, Winnie would have said something along the lines of, you should get some rest before she laid down, so, Take that as you will, I guess.
Well, in that case, then she would probably go. She would probably go and fight with the stairs again, and then go and also rest. After looking at Gartek and like, are you coming as well?
Gartek will kind of nod his head, and if Sybil struggles too much, he's going to help her upstairs.
So she definitely is struggling, but there is not a word of complaint. Like, it's just a thing that she is dealing with.
I never said I needed your words.
Okay, so you guys make your way towards the lavish Serpent Inn. Get yourself situated, and we'll say for the sake of brevity, you're taking your long rest. Bloodmane, is there anything specific that we want to touch on with you?
I pretty much just wanted to read through the tome, do nightly prayers, that sort of thing, before going to sleep out here.
Okay, so as you're doing that, can you please give me an Arcana check?
I can't promise it's going to be any good.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I didn't realize that was a possible roll. Okay. So you go through the bits of the tome that you know, kind of reciting the incantations and going through the different things about were-creaturism and lycanthropy as a whole. And then you get to the parts where, you know, you're reading through invocations and how to manipulate the world around you. And then you get to a spot in the tome, and you flip the page over, and you haven't read past this point yet, but as you flip it over, the page kind of solidifies under your touch, almost like a sheet of ice, really, really thin. And as your fingers touch the page and kind of try to figure out how to manipulate it, you can see little pulses, almost like dropping a pebble in a pond, that ripple across the page, and you spend what seems to you like hours just trying to figure out how to manipulate the page, because you can see like little script underneath kind of begging to be read and unlocked, but you just cannot figure out how to get this fucking page melted. However, you do take note and you test it. You close the book a few times, and as you open it to exactly where that spot was, you got like a little, you know, I imagine like the little cloth that comes off the binding and holds your place. You open it to that marker, and the page is still solidified every time you close it and reopen it. So you've at least marked it, and you know where it's at.
All right, cool.
All right, so let us...
Great. One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tiny little thing. Before she sleeps, she is going to take a little bit of time and do her own actual prayers. Like waiting probably until others are asleep, or if she has a little bit of privacy, and just her own little, like, considering everything. It's going to be that, and a lot of thanks, and a lot of whatever comes next kind of things. So.
Okay. Yeah, and as you do that, there is, I mean, there's a sense of peace, because you're finally, after a couple of months, out of that twisting, never-ending fucking nightmare and constant torturous pain that you were in for as long as you were in. So, yeah, you find a place of peace and comfort, even if it's in a dark, dingy fucking tavern room in some swamp town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with 3 very deeply snoring people. It's better than where you were, and you find that little bit to give thanks about, and you're like, goddamn, so much better than hearing the heartbeat of a fucking crone for what felt like an eternity.
This is the best dingy tavern ever.
Literally the best.
And then she's going to sleep then.
Okay.
As best as she ever does.
I'll tell you what. Actually, you know what? Give me a wisdom saving throw. This is not for... Don't worry, we're done with that part of the story, I promise
Here
you.
we go
We all
again.
panic.
That was the crone's sister. There's 3 of them. No, I'm just kidding. Ooh, a coven of crones. Oh, that'll be my next one. Yes, the coven, the conclave, and the crone. And then the next one after that is the coven of crones.
Terrible.
Oh, some shows need to like
Cease.
end after the
No
first
more.
season.
We don't need a sequel.
I think I've written enough nightmare to... Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. So, you sleep fine. It takes a little bit to actually doze off, and whereas you guys may have probably officially bedded down about 10 to 11, you were probably closer to like midnight, 12:30, just kind of like tossing. But you do finally find comfort in the warmth of the dingy tavern room and or in the inn room, excuse me, and you all awake the next morning. That's some sick supernatural. Yeah, season 6, yeah. It should have ended 3 seasons ago. Okay, so you guys awake. It is the 26th of Jury. It is a Sunday. We'll say for the sake of brevity, you all awake in the morning, you gather yourselves, you find food to eat, which is not a difficult thing right now, even with the army on the outside of the city. Not that crazy, especially considering you guys lost a lot of troops. Yeah, and actually, Bloodmane, that would be one thing, especially you, because you're outside, like, as you wake up, as you kind of come to, you know, you're kind of, like, bedded down in the river reeds, you know, I just imagine, like, your toes just always in the water, just a little bit. You wake up, and the smell is fucking heavy in the air, as just a couple hundred yards over the berm that the river is running through is where this battle primarily took place, and the dead are starting to fester. As you kind of sit up, and it's a little bit misty this morning, it's cool, misty, but you can feel the heat of the Jury sun starting to kind of heat the atmosphere around you, making it really particularly humid. But you look down at your toes in the river and you realize that the river is running dark. And as you pull your toes out, it's fucking blood, you know, that's pooled up on the battlefield and started to spill into the river. It's pretty gnarly, at least on this side of the river. You can't confirm about the other side, but this part of the river, it's sad, if nothing else. But you don't see any townsfolk trying to drink out of it or do anything like that. They are staying far, far away from that. So, okay, so we'll say that you guys, because I believe you had planned on meeting with Ezekiel the next morning, so is everybody in agreement that you're going over to the Magi Tower?
Can I stop at the temple to see if they have a set of robes I can borrow for a little bit, considering I'm naked?
Oh, no, you would have gotten a set of priest's robes. They weren't going to let you walk around the fucking city with your dragon dong out. Like, sir, can you please put that cloaca away? Waka waka. No, okay, so, yeah, no, you can add a set of priest robes. Actually, priests of Bahamut robes. Good temple.
Well, if you gotta die next to home, so.
Yeah, right.
Or don't die.
Or just don't fucking die. This one was pretty out of your control, though. I'll give you that.
It was.
Okay, so you guys get to the tower. The guard presence here is surprisingly high, considering the onslaught of yesterday's battle. There are extra guards outside, but after you guys had seen just how bad Ezekiel was and his lieutenants and captains and stuff, it's not surprising that he's probably got some extra protection right now because he wasn't doing good. But you were brought inside, you are led up the staircase that goes to the right after that little main entrance desk, and then you are brought up, the stairs kind of appearing in front of you like they always do, until you get to a spot on the wall that is empty. The mage's assistant, or the apprentice, kind of puts his palm on the wall, and as he does so, you see a ring in the center of his hand flash, and the doorway appears and kind of peels back, and you guys enter Ezekiel's office. Ezekiel is in there. He is sitting at the desk with his head laid back, and he's got what appears to be some sort of rag or towel on his face, and it's got some sort of cold substance. You can tell because it's kind of creating this steam that's kind of pouring out, but he's got it over his eye. Remember, he got pretty fucking bashed up. But he sees you guys come in, and as he looks down, he takes the ice pack essentially off of his eye, sets it on his desk, and you can see his right eye is just fucking swollen shut. I mean, it bruised up bad overnight. But he says, oh, thank goodness you all pulled through. Alric, welcome back to the land of the living once more. Please, don't keep doing that.
All time's a charm.
Oh, God. Sybil, glad to see you're alright. Or at least looking good. Kind of glances down. Do you need to see a healer? Are you limping?
I'm all right, thank you. There are others here that need attention more than I do.
He says, be that as it may, should you feel any worse before you head off on your next venture, please make sure that you see the priests. They've just prayed. He looks out the window. They should have just finished prayers, so they should have plenty of healing. Fix up whatever's wrong with you.
She inclines her head, and that's it.
So, did they give you the report yet, as far as our losses on the field?
Winnie sadly nods her head.
It was an absolute fucking slaughter. But we won. And that's an important thing to take away. Winfina, you know as well as I do that everybody who has flocked to your cause as Keeper of the Grove, and as the Shepherd of the Grove, did so knowing that we are not in a good way as a civilization, as a peoples, as the free peoples, for the first time in 1,000 years. And they are and were willing to die. So we are doing everything we can with our resurrection resources to bring back people of specific ranks and higher in the military structure. Mostly the commanders, non-commissioned officers, and commissioned officers alike.
Are there any specific resources you need?
Diamonds. Lots of them. We have received word from... give me one moment.
She'll start looking, like she's pulling out the bag of holding.
We've received word from Zeleneshi and our allies there that there was a cache that was taken before Zeleneshi fell, of diamonds that was taken from not the Bankers Guild, but there was a Gem Cutters Guild, I suppose, that was working with the churches there to provide resurrection resources for their own military. We don't know where that is right now, but I have divinationists currently working to hunt it down. Once we receive word on that, we're going to try to get our hands on it, because there are quite a few dead here. Unfortunately, we're trying to hurry it up, because we only have 5 days on those who can be brought back via regular resurrection. After that, we may consider options like reincarnation. We definitely cannot afford true resurrection, so... anyways, I digress. Keep your resources. We're working on that cache, and we've contacted Clan Thunderbeard and Clan Ironhoof to see if they have any stores from anywhere that could maybe assist us. But yes, that's none of your problem, though. We will work on the military. You focus on just getting this thing done. Now, we were going to discuss the crone in that situation. What information did you want to share with me regarding this? And then after that, I do have a little bit more information for you, based on what we had talked about, well, I guess it was a couple days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, with the Thaxingol, the blue, and some potentially figuring out where this next binding crystal may be. I've got some information, but the crone.
Well, we did pick up an.
Oh, wait a minute. You owe me 350 gold pieces.
We owe you 400. She's gonna
4?
take out the bag. Yes, I'm sure that you intended on that final one being free, but
Oh, you're talking about from out of the crone's...
yes.
No. Your military paid for that. You paid for that already.
Okay.
I charge you for getting from place to place that has nothing to do with your army.
She'll take out the 350.
Okay.
It is out of my inventory.
Yay, I can finally tear up this note. He wasn't going to let you forget. Okay, thank you very much. He hands you a receipt.
She puts it very carefully in her receipt thing. No,
You better hold on to that, because taxes are coming back next year.
well, we did get a second gem from her lair, I guess, as well as the real Sybil. She'll motion to Sybil.
Yes, what is this about a real Sybil? People have been whispering about this overnight, especially us here in the tower.
Apparently, there was a doppelganger that was with us, planted by the crone. The crone had her the entire time.
Holy shit. You're
But
serious?
she knew everything. She was able to see everything.
He kind of looks around his office and he's like, I can't believe none of my magical protections picked that up. You can't just disguise yourself in my office or in my tower.
We know it's been a while because this Sybil is still injured, and we pretty early on paid to have surgery done to fix that leg, and hers is not fixed. So it was the doppelganger that we had fixed, apparently.
He kind of looks over at Sybil. So, do you know me? Have you met me before, then?
I watched it meet you. I've seen what you've done for them, but no, me personally, I haven't. Kind of like, does that like almost bitter laugh a little? First time I met any of them was last night.
Interesting. Well, I have to admit I don't have much experience with shape changes of any sort outside of lycanthropes. So I'm quite ignorant to the doppelganger and changeling universe. But I'm glad we've got you back, and he kind of starts taking notes. I need to probably reconsider my protections here, because that is not good to have. Are there more of these things? How do we know none of you are doppelgangers?
God Dog kind of shrugs.
So does Winnie. I
Fair
feel
enough.
that if we were, our team probably would have noticed. She did confirm through magic that Sybil is Sybil now, but she was very aware before we even told her that the past Sybil wasn't. So I suspect she would have smelled us out if we weren't at this point.
I trust Artine's judgment. Don't like the words she uses sometimes, but I trust her judgment.
And we're in the same boat there.
Alright, well, this is very odd.
Everybody is on.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Who was that?
Merry Christmas,
Cheer
you filthy
1000
animal,
Merry
with a
Christmas,
thousand
you filthy
cheer.
animal.
Wow, that was really sweet. Hey, Tech, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. That was super unnecessary because you already got me a gift for Christmas, you bastard. But thank you so much for that. And, yeah, thank you. And Merry Christmas to you, buddy. I'll be a little bit more active tonight on stream. I apologize, since we're in D&D mode right now. I'm gonna be kind of focusing on the players, but I appreciate you, and I thank you so much for your generosity. And now I will actually have to play Valheim. I promise you I will do it. Maybe not immediately, but I will do it. Alright, sorry about that. You guys just saw me silently animate like a fucking marionette over here for a minute. Okay, so he says, so, obviously, you are all on your, he says, sorry, I'm very nervous about this doppelganger thing, and I truly hope that we don't have any issues, but I'll talk to our team myself and see if she has confidence in, you know, the sanctity of everyone here in town. Actually, I'd like to get everyone together to get them checked. Sounds terrible, though.
That's probably not a bad idea. It's probably not a bad idea. I'd like to think the problem is solved. I can't give a 100% guarantee, but I'd like to think the problem is solved.
Well, here's to hoping.
They
Yes.
spent-
Oh, sorry.
They spent a large amount of time and effort putting that thing in a position to be able to hurt this group. I don't know if they would have had the resources or inclination to do it to others.
I would agree in that assessment. I can only imagine what it would have cost a singular hag to procure the resources necessary to call a conclave and then have the conclave create a crone. And knowing now that there was a doppelganger involved, I'm sure that there was deals happening somewhere in the dark realms, and I'm hoping that this was just it. The information I have for you regarding this other binding crystal. Now, I believe there are multiple that you are still looking for, but the fact that you have two is huge. This third one, you had mentioned to me a couple of days ago that you had heard whispers, or you had spoken with Faxingol regarding a gnome. Is that correct? There was some... It was something about a gnome, I believe. Am I speaking correctly here?
I'm thinking right now. Trying to see if I have the name.
As everybody quickly digs through notes.
Yeah,
I know the name is here, because I gave it to you.
I know, that's why I'm trying to find it.
Garchuk will kind of open his mouth, not regarding the gnome thing. He can't remember if it was a gnome or not. But he'll say, "Great one mentioned teacher, old man."
Ah, yes, right. I think you had told me that his name was Octavius. I can't recall. That's kind of a moot point, but I had taken this information to some of my historians, and they were able to go back through what we had here in the Empyrean library that we had. Sorry, give us 1 second. We're potty training. So, is he good?
Yeah, he has to poop.
Okay. We're potty training, and he's at the point where he's actually telling us that he has to go. So, if he says he's got to poop, you better get his ass to a toilet. He says, so I had the researchers here go through the old Empyrean archives, and I was able to actually trace, I don't have a full name for him, but as he was something happened between this individual and the Empyrean at some point in time, because his name has essentially been all but erased from the history books. And when I say erased, I mean literally his name has been crossed out in multiple locations as if they were trying to forget about him. So I don't know what or who or where or why, but what I do know is that in cross-referencing this with knowledge we have in the world right now, we believe that this individual, had taken up residence somewhere near the pyramid of Namarikotepik in the Great Neladari Desert. Now, we have been told that the World Breaker has destroyed the pyramid, most of it. But I would suggest, if this entity was there and has been there, there's a good possibility that it is what you're looking for, and it's probably somewhere in that location, in that region. Now, we can have the mages teleport you there, or if you've been there yourself and you can teleport, then that's fine by me as well, but I have no problem utilizing a circle to get you at least to the pyramid. Probably can't bring you into the chamber that I had a teleportation circle set up, as I don't know what condition the pyramid is in right now, and I would hate to teleport us to our deaths.
I can get us there if need be.
Oh, well, perfect. Now, if you are all interested in that, you just let me know when you want to go. In the meantime, and he kind of points his fingers out like this at Alric and Sybil, you two are awfully underprepared now that you have been reborn. So, I'm assuming you're going to need some supplies.
Yeah, probably. I've got these lovely set of robes that were gifted to me, and that's about all I've got at this point in time.
They look beautiful. Right, so...
Actually, having Ulrich said that he has nothing, Gartog's going to remember two things he picked up from Ulrich's body. Two scrolls, and as of like, his face is literally like the eureka moment as the light bulb just went on. Yeah, that exactly there.
Oh shit, I forgot I picked these up.
Yeah, he's going to dig in his bag and then give them to Ulrich. So it's a contingency scroll and a teleportation scroll.
Oh, nice. They made it. You didn't find like a little pearl, did you?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, didn't happen to see like a little pearl anywhere, did you?
Gartok shakes his head.
I'll kind of look at Ulrich and gesture towards her chest. Your Ariapt is gone.
Boo. Hey, you know what? It did its job very well for a very long time.
We might need to visit Timbers and see if he can find another Ariapt.
Or even just, and like, I don't really care. Like, I just need a few things to make sure we don't start the cycle all over again, as I've been warned not to by Winnie, because she will kill me.
Fair.
I added a 6th and 7th level scroll, and I'll customize them for what spells they were, because that's what contingency and teleport are.
Sorry about that. I was getting messages I had to answer really quick. Say that one more time, please.
I added a 6th level and 7th level spell scroll to my inventory, and I'll mark them as what they are.
Yep. Yeah. Just put in the notes what they are. Okay. So I think Candace had picked up Sybil's stuff, if I'm not mistaken. I think she has the daggers.
Yep.
Oh, it was
I've
Bloodmane? Oh, is it you? Okay. I mean, you don't have to hand them over. That's your loot. You found it fair and square. I ain't giving this bitch a knife. Yeah, right. Oh, hey, welcome back. Yeah, you were stuck inside that thing. Here's a knife. It's magic. Fuck that. All right. Okay, so he says, If you need to, if you need to, purchase anything mundane, now would be the time to do that. If you'd rather not venture back out, if you'd rather stay here, I can have some of my artisans go out and get what you need, or if you want to, as we've done before, just let me know what you want. I can go get it and have it brought back, or I can have my apprentices do a run for you. Is there anything in specific that you might need? And we can wait until Winnie gets back too, because she has kind of more knowledge of, money stuff.
Yeah, let's do that. I can't think of honestly, I can't think of anything off the top of my head specifically that we can. Since we're under contract with someone, we'll have to go through him for anything non-mundane. But I can't think of anything mundane off the top of my head.
Sybil, from where she's kind of standing off to the side, just... I was hoping to wait to ask this, but I think we should probably have a discussion considering everything that's happened. And she looks at the party.
Did he go?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's definitely going to happen. We got to get our
That's
feet
all
under
right. Hey.
our feet under us first, and then we can deal with that. But the first steps is we have to get ourselves resituated, and yes, we will all have to have a talk about the current situation.
Before getting resituated, I suppose, there is what's the phrase, an elephant in the room question.
Well, I am not that elephant, so I'm going to excuse myself and allow you a few moments of privacy. Ezekiel stands up from his desk and he takes a half step forward, and you see he limps hard on his right leg. And you can see that his hand is like, it was fucking crushed, so it's kind of like bandaged up. He walks to the door and he says, figure out what you may need. If there is anything, let me know. I'll get it for you. And I'll be back in... And he looks around. Not sure how big this elephant is, but 15 minutes?
Should be fine.
Right. And he walks through the door, and as he steps through where there was the door there before, you see the edges of the door, as it typically does when he leaves, seal up and kind of lock you in, for lack of a better term. There's a window, I guess, if you wanted to eat yourself out of, but just so you know.
Or get yeeted out of.
Or
Yeah, fuck it, let's go.
So Winnie will have been kind of like trying to see if there's anything in the bag of holding that we could use to help you guys. There's potions, so she'll hand each of you... I'm looking to see what we have here. She'll hand a potion of greater healing to... sorry, to Sybil.
She's gonna put a hand up to kind of forestall that. We should talk first.
Okay.
As you say that, you're gonna hear like a shink from behind as like Gartok accidentally drops one of his swords, probably. Because
if you want.
seeing Sybil unarmed, he would, for like I think the fourth time now, pull out his regular short swords and direct them to you.
She will put up a hand to forestall that too.
What is this? What is the elephant?
We've never traveled together. I
Winnie-
traveled
Winnie-
with you. Sorry, continue.
Winnie, can I have an insight check, please?
Yeah, I guess I'm not in the character that does that automatically. 22.
Okay, so as she says that, you, for the first time in a long time, hear the same intonation out of Sybil that you haven't heard since, like, the day you guys met her. There is an innocence and a truth in her voice and a little bit of fear, which she had kind of moved away from and had, like, redeveloped as anxiety. but it was like brave anxiety, right? Like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. But she's freaking out the whole time. This time, it's just like really raw innocence. You guys don't actually know me. And it's something that you just, it kind of dawns on you like, shit, we don't know her. Like, who were they the same? Do they think the same?
Well, we didn't know you when we gave you the foul blades either. I feel like...
Gotrek would kind of... Sorry, you can finish, Winnie.
Go ahead.
I feel like Gotrek would kind of look at Sybil. He now just has the blades in his arms, and just kind of go, "You kill me." No, point towards himself.
Not voluntarily.
Then he's gonna hand you the blades. Good enough.
She'll take them partially because she thinks it's gonna make things easier to handle Gartok. But she's not like sheathing or strapping them onto her like tunic and breeches or anything. Yeah, she's just kind of holding it, and she's still looking primarily at Winnie and Bloodmane since, you know, she knows how they've reacted towards not Sybil.
I'm gonna put my 2 cents out there because it's just dawned on me, and I want to say it before I forget it. You've seen everything that's happened, which means that there was a that the hags had somehow maintained some sort of connection between the doppelganger and you, which means some of you was bleeding through it when it wasn't trying to cause strife, cause division. That was your thoughts, your feelings. So while we may not have been with your physical body this whole time, your heart and soul has been with this group since you've actually joined it. Granted, some points in time that was not exactly your heart and soul, but that's the smaller elephant in the room we can deal with. The big one in the room, as far as that is concerned, and I still trust you. That's that. That's at least my 2 cents to throw in, my 2 copper.
She looks like she's trying very hard to keep her expression still as he's saying some of that. And then let's see. If you want entire honesty, the strife and chaos was me more than anything else, but I was doing anything I could to get you to put a blade through its heart.
Winnie kind of shoves the potion at Sybil again and says, "If you're concerned about us, then don't make yourself a liability. Take this potion. If you don't use it on you, use it on one of us."
She'll take it and is holding it like she was holding the swords. So give me a second and I'll write that down after, but we have never fought together. That thing, it took from me, but it also had its own things. I want to make sure that if we go into any of this together, that you are all right with having it. She says the in giant cripple again among you, and that's, you don't go into a fight not being able to trust your companions.
What do you need to fix? This is more of a mechanics question. What do you need to fix her leg?
So you guys watched during that surgery. Actually, Alric, you assisted during that surgery. Sorry, we got a poopy baby today. So you remember Artine essentially so what it was that she had her leg injured and it healed fucked up, which is why she had a bad gait. So what Artine had to do is go in, she had to cut into the leg, break the leg, reset it, and then she packed it full of some sort of poultice, which you vaguely remember utilized holy water, powdered silver, and a couple of herbs. And then she cast a regenerate into her, and she had to lay there for like 8 hours so that her body could regenerate. But it healed her perfectly.
Okay, I got part of that. I got the last bit, but I don't know the surgery bit to fix it, so we'll have
Well,
to...
you were there. You can, I'll tell you what. Roll a medicine check.
Not that good at that.
I know, but that's not my fault. Okay, 11's not bad. You feel like you could at least get into the leg. You're not sure how you're going to break that bitch again, but you know you could get into the leg. So, and you know how to cast regenerate. And the herbs are easy enough. There's a couple of healing herbs, plus again, powdered silver and holy water. You pack the wound once it's, done and she's set. And that's what kind of creates like the internal cast, and then the regenerate sets everything together. So you might be able to figure it out if you want to play surgeon. That could be fun.
I would probably still try to see if I can maybe get a priest to watch over and help, just in case I don't make it worse.
That's
But-
probably a good idea.
But that will save a dramatic amount of time and money, considering I can do the expensive part, which is the spell on my own. So getting it fixed might not be as hard as the last time. It'll take as long, but we can get it.
Is
Alric
Alric discussing fixing the leg right now?
Oh yeah.
Alright. Two things. The first thing is we didn't ask Sybil the True, this one, whether or not she wishes to join us.
That is true. That is
We're
a-
all about choices. We have to give choice. We're not the Empyrean. We don't enslave. We're away from that. The other thing is that the gods made her this way. I don't think it is our decision or our choice to fix something that isn't broken.
Okay. Well, we can I'm throwing out options. So if it's something that even if she didn't want to join, but maybe wanted to still have it fixed, I'd be willing to do it.
That is her choice.
Exactly. I'm just so used to her being here, it wasn't even a thought in my head. So thanks, Bloodman. That was actually a good one.
She has a strange expression on her face as she's looking at Bloodmane, because she had been getting, doppelganger impressions of Bloodmane for a while. And it's a little bit of like, 2 plus 2 is now equaling 4, and I'm confused. But she inclines her head. If I can be an asset in any way, I will gladly do so. I can't guarantee that what I can provide will be what that thing did. As for... And she kind of looks down at herself, puts a hand, kind of unconsciously on her hip. In that spot. You have spent enough resources on me, or at least the figure of me. I can speak to Lady Artine again and see if she's willing to assist, but I have spent many years like this. But looks to Bloodmane. It is very much broken. It did not used to be this way.
What do you want?
I would like to stop the bastard that's destroying our world.
You can do that as a cripple. Do you want us to have you fixed?
I would like to see what it would entail before I get my hopes up about something.
That's so terrible.
To be honest, I wasn't sure if seeing that thing step in and then immediately get fixed. I wasn't sure if that was just another bit of their let's just call it torture.
No, that's just the kind of people we are.
So I hope to be able to learn for myself.
Why don't we see what our teen says? If she doesn't have the resources now, then that's fate telling you that you are supposed to, tough it out a little bit longer.
I
Yeah.
served in Stillwater as I am.
Okay. Well, then I think our next stop is to talk to our teen, right?
Well, yeah, after we finish up here, because he kind of excused himself out of the room because we brought up the elephant and he didn't want to get trampled. So now the elephant's pretty much gone. It's maybe a little smaller, but it's still here. But let's finish up the conversation we're having and then go next door, see if our team would mind watching over and assisting me while I try and fix something like this for the first time.
What mundane items might we need? In the bag of holding, we've got a trident. Actually, several. We have spears. We have a short sword. We have a shield. We have a lot of random prep in here, guys. We have a javelin, a hammer.
I don't even know. Like at this point, my brain, I didn't have much. Like all I had was the magical stuff that we had found or gotten. So I mean, I've got clothes. That's all I really need.
Winnie actually will take out a tear-shaped diamond and hand it to Alric. You should probably have at least one of these on you.
Okay.
It's a god's tear. It's the last one we had in the bag of holding.
The 300 gold one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is now no longer in the bag of holding, so make sure it's in your inventory. Otherwise, D&D Beyond just got a free diamond.
So Sybil's going to take the scimitars, put them at her waist. So she at the moment very visibly has tunic breeches, 2 scimitars, and this miscellaneous unmarked healing potion because I don't know what it is. So what is that healing potion so I can add it?
It's greater.
Okay, awesome. And she, if I'm able to accompany you, then I work best with. In a perfect world, I would acquire leather armor. These blades will. Thank you, Gartok. These blades will do. A smaller blade, if you want me to be able to do some of what I've done before, then a set of tools. There's a brief pause, and then she just says tools. Set of tools, a couple of other little things. I tend not to carry terribly much, but I don't move as fast to get out of the way of things, so at least some leather armor would help.
When he produces light armor that is leather out of the bag of holding, because we saved it when we got you new armor. So she pulls out your old armor, I guess, from the bag of holding and hands it over to you. It's just leather armor, light AC 11.
So I'm gonna add in a bit of descriptive detail to that. So her face like softens as she sees it, and she like reaches out a hand and kind of traces the Stillwater like symbol that was on it, and she'll take it kind of gratefully and just, you still have this.
Well, the bag of holding can hold a lot of stuff, so yeah.
Oh, it's a sign of sorts.
Like I said, fate is playing a role here. You should embrace it.
Do you mind if I... It's going to take me a couple of minutes, but if I done this now? We can
Of
still
course.
discuss, but I will feel a hell of a lot more like myself.
And just as a reminder, that's the crest that's emblazoned onto it. It's the elephant head against the gray and blue stripes shield.
I think that's my favorite one, just so.
It's pretty fucking cool, right? Mama Mundi's like, this is my town now.
I did remove that armor from the bag of holding. She's gonna kind of still... She's gonna be, kind of like digging through the bag of holding just to make sure there's nothing else. But digging through the bag of holding is really just her thinking. So she just has her arm, it's like elbow deep in the bag of holding, and she's just like looking up. Do you need socks?
I have seen what those socks have touched. No, thank you.
Didn't have to be a bitch about it. I'm just kidding.
So, Bloodmane has kind of taken to a habit of having small coils of copper wire on his fingers. He kind of fiddles with them. As he does so, he's going to use message on Sybil.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
To her credit, she does not flinch or jump or anything. She just kind of angles herself as she's starting to fiddle with the armor so no one can see her reply.
What?
Better than I have in some time.
I'm glad to hear that. You're willing to come with us and do this thing?
If there is any way that I can help, I would like to.
You'll help more with these, probably. And I'll present the fell daggers and also the thieves' tools.
Winnie has to fight a look of annoyance, and she pulls her arm out of the bag of holding when she sees him hand that shit over.
Yeah, and you like pretty much, Sybil, as soon as you see the daggers, obviously they are what they are, but even more than that, you notice the adamantine thieves' tools, and it dawns on you, holy fuck, everything about our person and everything about Alric got turned to dust, and these little spindly fucking picks and scissors made it out. Strong as fucking metal, period.
So she's going to...
Yeah, Woozy's annoyed because I finally fucking gave those 2 blades away like I've been trying since the start, and now they're back.
So she's going to give him a look for a moment and then nod her head and just take them, but she doesn't immediately sheath them or anything. She turns them over and looks at them as this is the first time she's actually seen or handled them. She doesn't hold them with the same surety that not Sybil did. At first, she's definitely getting used to the weight, the balance. And then she looks at the thieves' tools and just... There's a soft little primordial curse that slips out of her mouth because old Sybil could not afford fancy-ass thieves' tools.
Which
you.
primordial curse is it?
It is the airy equivalent of... Holy fuck.
I'll just nod at that.
Yeah, it's weird too because, you know, the way that it translates over primordial, it's just kind of like an old man with no teeth. It's just... But boy, she just let it out.
Winnie does, just for the record, also hand 2 regular potions of healing to Alric. From the bag of holding. And she'll also take out her prayer book of Obed High and say, I don't know if this is of any use to you whatsoever, but I know you lost everything, so if it can stand in, I don't know if that's how your magic works, but...
No, I need to get a new focus before I can cast anything.
Okay, so that's
Which should
something,
be
you know, we
no
need.
problem. Like that, I mean, I should probably be able to trip over one in the tower.
You want to steal something from this room? There's like wands and orbs and shit all over.
So maybe after a long rest. Oh wait.
We just had one.
So then no.
No better time than now.
I was gonna say, come on, you guys can 5v1 Ezekiel.
I'm gonna yeet Alric out the window.
That's a new one.
Okay, so it's about this time that there is there's kind of like an audible crack that ripples throughout the room, and the doorway rematerializes. And as it splits open, Ezekiel's there, and he says, "I don't see an elephant."
No, it's pretty much been dispersed.
Wonderful. He steps back in.
Gartic's gonna look around as if he's also looking for an elephant now.
It'd be like the red dot.
Yeah.
Gartok,
Exactly.
did you want these back? And she's gonna hold out the scimitar's hilt first.
Don't you fucking dare.
We can store them in
go
the
for-
room if you'd like.
No, Gartic will take them back. If not need, we'll keep.
I can make use of them. They have a longer reach than the daggers do, though they are exquisitely crafted. But
Then keep.
and she'll nod. And she will have the armor on probably at this point. It was easier because this armor, being her old armor, has straps set up a little bit differently, so she can get it on her leg without terribly much difficulty. So she looks
I think,
a little more equipped, slightly.
yeah, I think as you offer the blades back, and we finish that discussion, Gartok is gonna essentially look at you, and kind of everyone and just go, Gartok not know anyone, but you help Gartok. Gartok, you Gartok family. And he does point that out to everyone.
Ezekiel looks taken aback. My goodness, I hardly know you, but that's very sweet, Gartok.
You help, you family. And he will point at Ezekiel too, yeah?
Well, we are happy to be your family, Gartok.
Winnie will nod at that.
Now, is there anything I can do for you in the present?
Do you have a spell focus I can borrow?
Spell focus? No. Oh, yes. Ooh, that might be useful. He kind of glances around the room. I've got a handful of staves over there if you're interested, or he points up at the wall. I've got a couple of wands if you'd rather that. If you need an orb, I can probably procure one from one of the apprentice centers, but what would you like?
Stave should work just fine.
Stave? Yes. He kind of, you see one of the rings on his hand glow, and he lifts a staff up, and he kind of carries it over as he sets it down in front of you. It looks a lot like the quarterstaff that you used to carry around, except the head of it, the top of it, is much more cudgel in nature, and instead of there being a gem on there, there's a big, just an absolutely fist-sized chunk of melted platinum just embedded in the top, and as you touch it, it's like it's got a good hum to it.
Yeah, platinum for the platinum dragon. That'll work.
I've had that thing around for a while. It was gifted to me by a dwarven artifice ages ago, and I never knew what to do with it. Never knew what to make of it. I suppose it was destiny setting itself up.
Oh, well, here we go.
Right. So, anybody else?
Do you know where I might be able to acquire some basic supplies, rations, water skin?
Oh, we can take
Things
that
like
from
that.
we can take that from the stores here. We've plenty of simple stuff. I can. How many days worth of rations would you like?
She's gonna look at the others, unsure of how they track that, because that wasn't the thing she was paying attention to.
Let me look at Winnie's thing real quick, because I think she has a bunch in the bag of holding.
Just enough to be able to get through for a couple of days, but just the basic gear would be helpful.
Yeah. So Winnie says that she has. So she has. She says that she's got like 40 servings of rations, which would get the group through like 8 days.
Well, in that case, just probably a water skin, a bedroll if we don't have one, and basic. She just kind of seems a little overwhelmed at this point. She didn't think that she'd be able to get to the point of re-equipping herself.
She says, I think I've got something for you. Give me one moment. He says, I'll be back in a few. I'll get you set up with some basic adventuring supplies, and we'll move on. All right, so he leaves and he comes back. I mean, literally like 2 minutes later. It's like you hear him walk up the stairs a couple of rooms, go in, come back down, and he hands you an explorer's pack. So you can just go ahead and add the explorer's pack to your backpack or take whatever you want out of it. But essentially, it's got a backpack, a bedroll, a mess kit, a tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 days of rations, a water skin, and 50 feet of hemp rope that's strapped to the side. But you can just type in explorer's pack and add the whole pack if that's how you want to do it. And then anything that's in there that you don't want, feel free to remove it.
She'll look at it
They
and
good?
just
He's just
Thank
playing
you.
games with Potty, or
No, I think he still needs to go.
thank
But
you.
it's not
he's
quite
just
there.
yeah.
So he's tooting and then he panics.
You are very welcome. Anybody else?
I don't think so. Trying to think if there's anything we need.
Well, while we think, why don't we head? You said you were going to speak with Artine. I'll walk with you there, and I'll stay for just a bit. Because if you're well, let me ask you this: what are your intentions? Like I said, I can get you to the pyramid if you like. Alric can do it. Doesn't bother me how you want to go about it. You're more than welcome to stay. I'm not kicking you out from. It's like Motion Beak, obviously. But just let me know what your intentions are, so I can have the resources procured.
I think we should continue obtaining these gems. Does everybody agree?
Yes.
That should be our next move.
If we are and it's wanted and we can get the leg fixed, that's going to be 8 hours of the day gone through recovery. And will also be my ability to teleport us there. So, we can take a day here, procure what we need, and then move out tomorrow morning. Or if the leg is something that can't be done today, we can save that for a rainy day. The materials needed for it are not anything crazy. It's some powdered silver, some healing herbs to pack into the wound. But from what I remember, granted it was several months ago.
We're also not in a established town. we could only use what we had around us at the time. So
That is true. I can guarantee. I mean, we have 2 full temples here. I guarantee you they've got what you need to perform a regenerate.
What are the odds that Sybil remembers what went into that as she had her, greatest desire at the time happening?
So you were shit-faced at the time. Well, the doppelganger was shit-faced at the time, which is what you used to ease the pain. However, since you were watching, you were sober, watching through drunk eyes. Roll an intelligence check, but it's gonna be with disadvantage. And if the dice speaketh, then my god damn, even with disadvantage, a 15 is great. You know exactly what went into it. So as you watched and felt the pain through those eyes, which you did, you felt a lot of the pain that this thing had inflicted upon it, which is why you wanted it dead so much, because you know that you could avoid the pain, unlike it. So it required 10 silver pieces worth of powdered silver. It required 3 belladonna leaves and 2 adult albino aloe plants worth of gel. And then it also required holy water just to mix into the poultice, and it had to be sticky like honey before it could get put into the wound. That was like the big thing. That's why it had to all work in unison. Not too much water, because then it becomes too slimy, and not too little water, because then it becomes like a putty. So, but yeah. So, and then the operation itself, you cut the leg open where the wound is. You go in, and you literally have to. If you guys remember, she had like a chisel thing. She had to break the fucking hip, and then she had to pack it with this poultice. She sutured the outside, cast the regenerate, and then it set all of that material and fixed the hip. Don't ask me why I remember that from like a fucking year ago, but
So Sybil's just going to, when Auric's kind of going through it a little bit, she's just gonna chime in and just kind of rattle off the list. Just kind of that flat, like, matter of fact, I am absolutely certain of this kind of tone.
So you have been here.
That was a hell of a thing to go through to still move like this. And she's gonna swing this backpack onto her back. And as it kind of settles into place, she like hardcore staggers and nearly falls, because that shit's heavy.
yeah, it's a 59-pound pack.
when he
yeah.
when he actually like Mary Poppins style pulls a longbow out of the bag of holding, and she says, "I don't remember. Did you use one of these?"
Longbows are martial, not simple, right?
They're martial, correct.
They are martial.
That's a bit long for me.
Don't say it, Candace.
I prefer
Shut your mouth.
a crossbow. It's easier to load without having to set my feet. But a shorter bow I can usually work around as well.
Okay, well, that might be something else for us to pick up, just so that way, if you are having a mobility issue, if we're not able to take care of this now, you will still be able to be effective from a distance.
She considers that, nods, and then just turns to Ezekiel as like she has her own light bulb moment. Turns to Ezekiel. Do you have coffee?
We typically do, but I believe we set and he points out the window, the soldiers up, the survivors, with what we had in ration stores. However, I can get you tea.
That would... She's trying to hide the little bit of disappointment. That would work as well.
Yeah, sorry. I'll fetch you some tea. You just want dry tea leaves?
Yes, please.
Oh, well, that's easy then. He walks kind of behind his desk, and he squats down for a moment. You hear him audibly kind of groan, and then you hear the very familiar sound of, as we're all getting older, the crack of knees. And you hear, and then you hear like a, oh, I needed that. You hear a drawer open, and then a hand comes up over the top of the desk, and there is an absolutely gorgeous silver embroidered tea box. And he picks it up, walks it over to you, and he says, he kind of like pops it open, and inside are it's like a almost looks like a little bento box. It's split into 4 pieces, and there are different colored, very clearly dried tea leaves, plus a little fancy silver spoon to scoop. And he says, I was gifted this a couple of years ago. Now, I've used it, so don't think that this is old tea, but honestly, it's something that if it's really important to you to need that little kick in the pants when you're up in the morning, I encourage you to take it.
She's, again, just that little bit of overwhelmed, but not in, like, a bad way there. And she just, thank you. That would be incredibly kind. And yes, mornings are mornings.
So you can add that as like a jewelry box, just a small jewelry box, and then just put in the notes that it's got enough tea for we'll say 10 pots of strong black tea.
What would you say? Just wait on that.
Weight. What is the jewelry box's weight?
I didn't see it when I first looked for it, but I was also trying to do push to talk and I cleared it out, so we're gonna see.
That's fine. Whatever the jewelry box says, you know, if it's even negligible, I don't really care. If it says something outrageous like 10 pounds, then we'll change it. Go ahead, Lucy.
There we go. I found the button. Gartok, as they were talking about like bows and stuff, and then Sybil starts talking about tea. Gartok's gonna look over his bow, which is this essentially just spine that he's turned into a bow. He's probably gonna, once Xavier hands over the tea, not C, the tea, he's gonna go to point to his bow, look at Ezekiel, not Xavier, sorry, and go, can make better, not effective sometimes.
He reaches out and takes the bow from you, and he mutters just a very fast incantation, almost as if it's second nature. Draws a couple of sigils, grabs the sigils, which kind of scoop into his hand, and he places them on his eyes. And as he lets go, you guys see his eyes are kind of glowing, and he's looking at it. He says, "You want me to enchant your longbow?"
Gartok's gonna look confused at him because he doesn't know what enchanting is, but he's gonna look at him and go, make better.
Ezekiel glances to the rest of the group. The enchanting process is very long and arduous. If I were to enchant this, or have one of my enchanters take this, regardless of what was placed onto it, it would take at least days, if not weeks, depending on the complexity.
I do have a spare regular one if we want to invest in something like this.
Well, let me do this. Let me reach out, because you, if I am not mistaken, all have a contact who supplies you with magical weapons.
We do.
That is correct.
I believe it was Brodicio Timbers. Let me see one moment. What are they doing? Are they causing trouble?
No, he keeps telling him he has to poop.
Yeah, I told you, he's just playing games with them now, because it's a thing.
I'm gonna make him sit for a few. I can still hear, but I'm gonna make him sit because this is getting. Oh, he did it.
Ah, there we are. Okay. He says, let me reach out momentarily. I'm gonna step into my chamber back here and see if I can't reach out to Brodicio and see maybe if he has something available that we can translocate from where he's at to here. But let me just excuse me for one moment. And does anybody else need anything from him if I'm going to make the contact? All right, wonderful. So he he steps away for a moment, and you guys hear him as he steps into the chamber begin an incantation, and then you just hear a series of whispering. So bear with me for one moment while I make a couple of rolls.
While he's away, Sybil's going to look to Bloodmane. Um, this is something I was intending on. Well, I wished that she would have asked before. Would you be willing to teach me your tongue? If we are going to be traveling together a little bit when we camp?
I would be okay with that.
I would be okay with that.
And she just nods.
Okay, so a minute or two goes by, and he returns, and he says, "So I've just spoken to your contact. He says that he can easily procure a weapon, a longbow, with an enchantment. We call it a tier 1 basic enchantment. And that he can do for as little as 1,000 gold pieces. He says if you'd like, you can also move that up to the next bracket and take a second tier basic enchantment for 4,000 gold pieces, or if you'd like to pay 10,000 gold pieces, he can provide you with the +1, the first tier basic enchantment with an elemental subtype enchantment on it as well, if you'd like. Your choice." And he kind of looks at Gartok, hands the bow back to him.
If possible, I'd like to wait for Candace, as one, Winnie has all the money, I believe. And two, Gartok didn't understand half of what Ezekiel said.
Hey, at least you got half. That means it's getting better.
That's true. We're making progress.
So actually, I should roll an intelligence check to see if I get any of it, to be honest. That's a lot of magic jumbo.
I'll make a mage of you yet.
I played Bard. That's more caster than most people get out of me.
That's true. That is true.
He pooped his cold.
Oh, so he was upset about it?
Yeah, he got really upset, which is good.
Well, if he actually went poop when he said he had to go
That's
poop.
what I said. That was part of his crying. I said, I put you on here 3 times. And he was like, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was like, okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I know that you guys. What was the amount?
1,000 for like a base tier 1 enchantment, 4,000 for a tier 2, or 10,000 for a +1 with an elemental subtype. If anything, I think if we've got the spare 1,000 gold to make sure he's that he's
Able to
effective.
hit. I agree. I'm typically I'd be fine with going the full route. However, we have a lot of mouths to feed, even with the tremendous loss, and I want to make sure we have that money.
Right, so should I tell him the basic +1 enchantment?
Gartok, is that okay with you?
Knowing that it will not be your spine bow, but a different bow. Is that okay?
Would prefer this one, but if needs, can take other.
Who the fuck's this kid?
Here, I have an idea. We'll do the 1,000 gold for like a base bow now, and then we'll save up some money and throw it on his fine bow later. Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
That guy in the background better not give you any shit about your beautiful voice. We can't hear a word you say.
Funny you say that.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I accidentally scrolled up, so I had Xavier's profile instead of pushing the button. Funny you say that. He did say, "Is that your character's voice?" And then laughed at me when I said, "Yeah."
Fuck yeah. It's okay. Let him be jealous. Let him be jealous. Gartok is a queen, okay?
We were both like, who the fuck is that?
All right. Okay, so you're going to hand over 1,000 coins.
Yeah.
Okay, 1,000 gold out of the bag of holding. He leaves. He comes back a couple minutes later, and he is holding a long leather case, which he lies down on the table. He unties. There's like little tied up portions around. I mean, it's the shape of a longbow, and as he pulls it open, you can see clear as day. It is an absolutely elegantly carved longbow. Pretty simple though. I mean, it looks very simple. Looks like it was made by a fucking elf though. It's just standard longbow. However, along where the grip is, which is, pretty much dead center mast of the longbow itself, there are a series of spiraling silver runes, and as soon as it hits light, they light up, they glow. He pulls it out and he kind of hands it over to Gartok. And Gartok, you can add a +1 longbow to your inventory. And make sure that you click the equip button so that you're rolling with the bonus.
He'll look the bow over, and then look at his old bow, and then he'll put his old bow on his back, but and then put the other one to his side, or kind of sling it over his shoulder, and then look at Ezekiel and go, "Thank you."
Oh, don't thank me. I'm just the middleman. Thank your friend Brodicio. Oh, her. She paid for it.
Well, it's all of our money. I just carry it.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
Family.
He'll turn to Winnie and also say thank you.
Right. So.
Yeah, so I think next steps, we do, I think, need to go back toward... Which one did we say we wanted to do next?
Leg, temple, talk to our team.
Oh, right, our team first, and then, yes.
All right. So, I'll walk with you over there. I had asked you momentarily what your intention was after that is done, just so I can have any necessary resources pulled. What is your intention after this?
Well, if we go the surgery route, that's an 8-hour process, so probably a good portion of the rest of the day for recovery, and then I will not be able to teleport us anywhere. But if we don't, then we will have to. Then I can teleport us to the pyramid. I've been there for a couple of times, so I know where I'm going for the most part.
Understood. Like I said, I can also provide teleportation resources if you require. But let's talk to our team first and see what the intentions will be. So you guys leave the tower. Sorry, go ahead.
Sybil is moving so fucking slowly right now. Like, I don't know, 10 feet around?
Yeah, it's not like, and the problem is, it's not even like the limp is what's doing it. It's the fact that she's hunched over carrying a full fucking military rucksack on her back.
Plus has limp.
Plus has the limp, and that doesn't do you any good.
But as they're talking, she is
Need
going
help?
to... I'm good. Thank you, Gartok. As she's struggling to,
I'd like to point out Gartok himself doesn't look like he's carrying anything. Hell, he's not even wearing armor.
It's true, you just got some naked lizard guy with you.
She is going to...
He's got a loincloth. Made of what you hope is animal skin.
Oh god.
I hunted hobgoblins for a while.
All right.
I will need to, if this is successful or not, I will need to spend some time with those blades getting accustomed to them. Since they cough require attunement.
Yep. All right, so you guys get to the Temple of Bahamut. You ascend the steps with Alric and Ezekiel. Get to the top. Artine is there. She is actually, believe it or not, you catch her fucking sweeping around the main altar, which is not a very Artine thing to be doing. There are a couple of other priests. There's a handful of soldiers who are laid out. They're alive. They're groaning, and they've got pretty bloodied wound dressings on them. But they're alive and well. Look like they're definitely being tended to. But Artine sees you, and she kind of narrows her eyes at you as you approach. She kind of sets the broom down, looks you all over. And what do I owe the pleasure of seeing y'all 2 days in a row?
First off, I just wanted to, again, say thank you. The amount of things you've done for us now in the past, who knows what else has to be done. It's more than one person should ever have to deal with.
Well, that's lovely. And you're welcome. What can I do for you, though?
Second thing is that since we watched you do it before, I was wondering if you would be able to help me fix Sybil's leg again.
She kind of puts her hand up like, oh, well, that's right. Oh, that's right. All right. I suppose that's okay. I'll be here for a couple more days anyways, so is she ready now? You should probably, and she kind of pats her belt. I've left me fire belly downstairs, so it's going to take me a minute to get that, but you should probably be good and liquored up before we do this. Or I could put her to sleep.
It's your choice, Sybil. If you want to do it, we can do it, so...
I've seen it once before. What's a second time?
All right, dear. Would you rather be knocked unconscious, or would you rather be good and liquored up?
Probably going to need some liquor one way or another. And if you have fire belly.
All right, well.
Bloodmane is going to pat her on the shoulder and see himself out.
Okay.
When he actually does, she follows him.
All right, bye, you two. As Artine starts to go down the stairs. She calls up behind her, though, and says, Alric, dear, get her situated on the altar. Ask the acolytes to bring the powdered silver and the aloe, and we'll prepare it.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and get her situated and go and gather a couple acolytes to go gather the required resources. And, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, she'll
Go ahead,
thud the
Sybil.
back
Gartok
down.
is.
Oh, sorry.
Gartok says,
You
fuck
go
you.
I was gonna say she'll thud the backpack down and start like with the armor again. She remembers from last time. But she's definitely, there's an edge of nervousness there. Just like, not Sybil had 3 fucking years ago or however long we've been playing.
Only a couple months, to be fair. Technically.
True. Okay, so you guys go through. Oh, sorry, Gartok, did you have something?
Yeah, so as that happens, Gartok is going to look to Alric and Sybil probably before Alric dashes off. And he's going to say, gonna practice, and then point towards his new bow. And then he'll leave and start, I guess, go to his firing spot behind the tower and see if he can make some more practice arrows.
Okay. While that's happening, Lucy, go ahead and just give me a survival check as far as the survival arrows are concerned. Winnie and Bloodmane have left the tower, or left the altar, or the fucking temple. Yeah, it's got all those things in it, but I was talking about the bigger picture. Survival, yeah. We'll say you make like 20 practice arrows easy with like the wood pile you find behind there, and you just go to town firing. It fires, and we'll say this is over the course of the next 8 hours. It fires like a fucking butte. I mean, it is like, compared to what you made, this is like the kid who made a dirt bike out of spare parts that he found in a junkyard versus somebody who bought a brand new Lamborghini with all the fucking bells and whistles. Firing this thing is crazy. And you swear, there's a couple times where you knew you were going to be off in the firing process, but the way the arrow veers with the magical enchantment drove it into the target anyways, and it's kind of impressive. Like, you now just have a little bit of wiggle room on either side of your firing, like firing reticle. I want to say reticle like you got a scope or something, but your eyes are all fucked up, so I figure you got to do weird chameleon stuff anyways to see. But you know that you've got a little bit of a buffer now on either side because the arrows tend to veer in if you're just close enough. Okay, but back to the platform itself. So at the top, you lay Sybil down. She disrobes from the waist down. She puts on essentially like a long, like linen skirt that has a pleat in the front so that the leg can be operated on. You have the acolytes bring the materials. Very easy to find all of these materials. They're super common for leg breaks and arm breaks and bone breaks in general. You get them, you get her prepared. Artine comes back up with the fire belly. She also puts a small, very like milky green liquid down next to her, and she says, "If the pain becomes too much, dear, we can just knock you out." But then she proceeds to essentially, from this water skin with Sybil on her back, party girl skit style, essentially beer bongs this fire belly into your mouth in big, like, full-bodied blasts. So, Sybil, why don't you go ahead and give me give me 2 Constitution saving throws, first of all.
I'm not going to be able to repeat the nat 20 I did the first time this happened.
I didn't hear no bell. Okay, 12, and wow, there's a 12 and a fucking 20 though. All right, so
She was a guard.
yeah, true. So you drink probably the equivalent of, as everything's being prepared, which takes about 30 to 45 minutes to get the ritual set, or the platform set, sterilize everything, yada yada. You drink probably the equivalent of 7 shots of Fire Belly. And it hits your system fast. There's a couple moments where you're feeling squirrely, like you want to get up and move, and you're just told, no, lay back down. And you resist the blackout nature of the Fire Belly in this amount, but you definitely note, starting from your gums to your tongue to your throat to your chest, all the way down to your fingertips, and then slowly down your torso, down to your toes, your body goes fucking numb. And the world is beautiful at that point. There's a light euphoria. You're just kind of vibing. People are pampering you. It feels great. And that's when the scalpel hits. So, Alric, let's go ahead and start this surgery. Go ahead and start me off with a medicine check. And you're going to do this one as a straight medicine check roll.
Can I guide myself?
You absolutely can guide yourself. You're like,
Yay.
oh, please, God, guide this blade with a shaky hand.
Oh no!
So, Sybil, there is 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so Sybil, thankfully the initial incision is not the tough part, but Alric has a pretty shaky fucking hand. And as the blade...
Hello.
As the blade hits, you hear him breathe out and look up as Sybil flinches under the scalpel. Sybil, your body instinctually flinches because a knife has just entered your skin. But you don't feel it. Your body noted that it had just been attacked. And you get kind of like this burst of adrenaline, and you kind of breathe through it, but you don't feel the pain. Alric kind of guides the blade as he cuts along the thigh muscle, being careful not to accidentally hit any major important arteries. As he gets that opened, the acolytes begin cleaning around the wound, and you see Artine, who's just kind of whispering, words of guidance, not literal guidance as in the spell, but guidance as in, hey, this is how you do it. So, you get in, she hands you the hammer and the chisel, and she's kind of points down towards where the break is, and as the acolytes squeeze around where the bone is, with fresh water, you can see the fracture that had healed fucked up. The bone broke near the hip, and it regrew like a full quarter-inch too far to the left, which causes all of that extra bone to stick out and constantly cause her pain. So it's clear as day. You can see where the bone fused, and you know where to break. Go ahead and give me a medicine check, and you can guide yourself, no problem, but you're going to roll this one with advantage because Artine is she is hovering over you, because if you miss with this fucking hammer... Oh, a motherfucking nat 20? Get out of here.
That was the right time to do that.
Wow. Okay, Sybil, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Oh. It's worse feeling it directly and not through a doppelganger, I see.
It hurts like a motherfucker. The fire belly only goes so far. But the pressure of a chisel hitting the bone fusion point in your broken hip, which has been fucked up for, a better part of a decade, hits. You don't even scream, but you definitely flinch and tense up. As she tenses up, you actually see the muscle around the spot in the leg you just cracked, like, lock shut, and it, like, holds the chisel in place for a second before she takes a breath, and Artine squirts more fire belly into her mouth, and it relaxes. The chisel comes out. You've got a perfect, fucking flawless, clean break. You set the chisel down. You start to pack around that the new wound, readjusting where the bone break is with the poultice that you've made in a perfect stickiness. You get the leg closed up. You suture it, no problem, and then you invocate the regeneration spell. As you finish, the silver strands of energy that kind of spill out of your fingertips and into the leg cause the poultice to glow underneath the actual the suture wound. The suture wound seals up immediately, and the ritual has completed. Because of the nat 20 medicine check there, it is going to reduce her recovery time to 4 hours instead of 8. So that was the place to roll that.
Yeah.
So, the acolytes, they clean everything up. They get Sybil redressed, get her lifted off via litter, and brought over to where the other soldiers are resting. And Sybil, it's at that point that Artine kind of comes back around, and she pops the cork on the milky green vial, and she just kind of says, "All right, my dear, go ahead and take just a little rest, and we'll get you situated for the rest of the day." And she begins to pour it in your mouth. Do you resist?
I think she's gonna look like she wants to for a second, but if it wasn't Artine, if it was anybody else, but she trusts Artine, so no, she won't resist.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. 16. Okay. So you resist so it is a poison, essentially. It's not like it's to kill you poison, it was to just knock you out poison. But your body resists a lot of the properties that actually render you unconscious, and instead you go into like a deep state of anesthesia. But like twilight anesthesia. Like you're awake, but just on the fucking precipice of falling asleep. You've got a lot of
considering the past 4 months.
That's true, but you've got so much liquor in your system that you're kind of also floating on endorphins. Like you're vibing. Like this is the good high. But yeah, it is a little scary. And unfortunately, Artine doesn't know what it feels like to be stuck inside of a fucking crone for months. But here we are. So,
That's kind of a singular feeling. Not very many people are.
yeah, right, yeah. If somebody tells you that story, you call them crazy. All right, so you guys finish up there. 4 hours go by, and Sybil is woken up. She kind of comes to, and then if you want to spend the next 4 hours, since you had 8 hours anyways, to attune to your daggers, you're more than welcome to do that. But just for the sake of brevity in this scene, as you come to, your leg is, I mean, it's like it never happened. You look down, there's not even a scar where the incision happened. You just wake up and you are at 100% health. All your injuries are gone.
So yes, she is going to attune, but after like that initial like step and like expecting her leg to not move right and then finding that it does, her number one priority is going to be going and finding Alric and Artine so she can thank them.
So I would have
before she
assumed
does any
that.
tuning things.
Yeah, and I would assume that during this time, Artine is probably situating herself with the people who are here. But Alric, I'm guessing, is kind of keeping an eye on her.
I'm keeping an eye on her and then providing any healing that may be needed around the temple with soldiers and whatnot. Just walking around, helping with that kind of stuff.
Okay, let's say. Disregard that. They were all rolled as separate dice, but don't worry about that total. Okay. All right, so we will say that you spend all of your first level spell slots, 2 second level and 1 third level, to assist in just patching up those that are still coming from the battlefield, especially those that are of units in this town. And that's you've utilized those healing resources and provided that to the temple for the day. And in return, you have been gifted with 18 gold pieces just throughout the day in donations as thanks.
I want to turn around and hand that to that 18 gold to the temple, and then ask Artine whatever I need to reimburse for the supplies for the surgery.
As you hand over the 18 gold, she says, I don't believe that that'll be necessary. You could have, with that donation, you could have given 100 rituals worth of materials, so it's really not all that much. But I'm sure that they're thankful for that.
And again, thank you for guiding me through that. That was a little hairy, but first surgery, I guess, is never going to be the easiest, right?
It's never, no, and the first incision is always the scariest, trust me. But you did it, and you did good, you did very good, you did impressively. Well, you technically did better than I did. But it's not a competition, is it?
No.
Follower of Bahamut. No, I'm just kidding.
Healing is just it's a hard job. There's no really way to put around it. You have to see the worst to make it the best.
Always the worst of the worst, from the worst of the worst, and constantly having divine entities whispering in your ears and sending you visions and unsolicited nightmares, and it can be horrible sometimes. But it's a job I wouldn't trade for the world. It takes a special soul, for sure.
Yeah, that's very literal.
So it's about this time you guys see Sybil she's kind of like making her way towards you. Her gait is perfectly fine. She looks well.
Good to see you up and moving, right?
She starts to say something and just kind of just laughs, takes another step, and it's just joy. Yeah, it is. Thank you. Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Well, you should definitely thank him. I mean, I just offered some assistance and some liquor, really. But it's good to see that you're back. I don't think that that leg would have done you any good with all of the other things that you have to worry about in this world right now.
One less thing to worry about.
It's true. We've got much bigger things. She does not have her backpack back on at this point, so she's fully like able to move.
In it to win it. All right. She says, "You go ahead."
She looks a little bit to Alric. Whatever you did, I was not expecting to be up this early, but if we still have the time, I could spend some time with the blades now.
I think so. I think let's find everyone. And honestly, it just seems like you're a fast healer, so I think a lot of that work was on you. So let's go and find some people. I can't get us anywhere. I do have a scroll, but I did, while we were waiting for you to come around, make myself available for healing people around. So I'm a little weakened, but not by too much. But let's go see what everyone else wants to do.
Okay. So Artine, she kind of turns her back to you guys, and she actually picks a broom back up and starts sweeping. Really weird to see this bitch doing housework. We're going to pause right there because it's noon, so let's take 5-10, grab drinks, go potty, grab your... Potty, Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. Oh, my God.
I have to go to the tinkle closet.
Yeah. The tinkle closet? What the fuck? Oh, my God. Okay, let's take a 5-10. We'll be back. When we pick back up, we're going to pick up with Winnie and Bloodmane if there's anything that you'd like to do during that little 4-hour window, and then we'll move on from there. So we'll see you guys in just a few. how are we doing over here in stream? How are all of you wonderful people doing? Salty Wolves, hey, what's going on? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. All right. We're going to dive back into it here in just a moment. Casey, you set yourself to level 17. That's not right. I fixed it. All right.
How are you two doing?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Yeah.
How's Africa?
It's great, honestly. Last night we roasted marshmallows over an open fire outside. You
Oh,
could see more stars than the city, so it was great.
isn't that crazy? So cool. So are you guys what? You're on like a game resort or like in a savannah or like a safari resort or something?
Yeah, it's a game reserve essentially. It's called. I'll have to type it in because the pronunciation isn't accurate.
Fair enough.
It's called Marlow Park.
I'd like to visit Africa at some point. I think that would be cool as shit.
It's great. I definitely recommend the Kruger. It's a great place.
I'm a little bit nervous because of all the crazy unrest that is in Africa all the time, but it's like you just got to know what you're doing and where you're going. I'm not about to get fucking kidnapped.
Yeah, so if you ever want to ask about rules and stuff, we do have some that we keep. But if you generally just land and then, I guess, have a car ready and go, you should be fine. Because as long as you know where you're going.
I don't like the chance in that.
Seriously.
You should be okay as long as you've got a car ready to put you in and go. Like, you'll be okay.
You don't have to be that fast, but normally, yeah.
Fair enough.
That's just what we've been doing because it's like we're so excited for the weekend that we end up just like airport, car, go.
And go, yep. That's pretty cool, though. All right. So, Casey, you had Alric set to level 17, so I just changed it. So just refresh your page. Yeah, you had entered your XP as like, it was like 241,000 instead of 121,000.
Oh, you added to it instead of.
I wonder if I think I added.
Yeah, instead of changed it.
I've
Sorry.
done that before.
No, it's okay. I was just letting you know. I fixed it, but you're just probably going to have to refresh your page, so. Okay, so we got everybody back. So what we will do is we will pick up. So as everything is transpiring between the ritual up in the temple and Gartok making his practice arrows and firing his new bow, Bloodmane and Winnie, what are you two doing?
I was originally intending on going to get food, and it's good that I have my walking point purse here.
Because we eating good tonight.
Yeah, Winnie would just have gone, followed him out, and then. Are you heading to a temple or a river or?
No, to the inn for food.
That was gonna be my third guess.
You know me too well.
Okay, so you guys walk over to the Lavish Serpent. You're brought in. It's busier than usual because there is a lot of still hubbub in the city. But you find a spot easy enough for two people to sit, kind of off to the western side of the right hand side of the tavern room, and you sit. Like, what kind of meal are we looking at here? Like, you guys want to go simple, or do you know you have time and want to sit and be wined and dined?
I mean, Bloodmane isn't going to turn down a nice meal, especially since it could always be his last.
Fair enough. Okay, so we'll say, Winnie, it'll cost you 2 gold, which is 1 gold for each of you, which is an extreme amount of money for a meal. But over the next 4.5, 5 hours, you guys are going to be essentially brought micro courses, or like tapas, and it is all of the local delicacies that have been made today specifically for like the soldiers incoming, the couriers incoming, the people in doing transport and stuff. It's to give them a little taste of their own home. So everywhere on the southern island has got little specialty dishes, whether it's like a pickled seaweed, all the way up to stewed leeks, duck, just a huge spread. Over the course of this time, you're brought at least 40 different small dishes. Teeny tiny dishes, though. We're talking, tapas for days, right? And on top of that, you're brought tea, wine, beer, whatever it is that you want to partake in, so as to not get you too shit-faced. Okay, so is there anything that you guys want to do during that time, or?
Other than potentially converse with Winnie and maybe Malachi as well, since I haven't talked to him in a while. I didn't have anything. Just sating my hunger.
Okay.
Yeah, and Winnie would obviously not eat any of the meat dishes. Those would all get slid over to Emig.
So surprisingly, the meat dishes are very, very, very small here, meaning that out of the 40 or 50 dishes you're brought, maybe 10% of them actually contain meat or meat broth. Most of them are vegetable-based or fish-based, which I don't know if Woody considers fish meat, but...
It's good. That's a good question. I never really thought about it. I suppose she probably wouldn't eat fish either. Yeah, just
Okay. All right. So, few hours goes by. You try to converse with Malachi. He's relatively quiet, but that's not totally insane. There is a. You're not sure. It's not like you're being shut out by Malachi, but because there is another entity that wants your attention all the time, you feel like the emotions that you would elicit from conversing with Malachi are kind of dampened. But it's not a bad thing. It's just, you're just getting used to the new way of things. Okay, so 4 or 5 hours go by. Alric and Sybil, you manage to find your way back to the tavern, as you're not stupid. You know where those two go. And you're guessing Gartok is probably doing archery practice, which sure as shit, as you get over by the tavern, Gartok is in the back, probably firing into a hay bale, which has got 15, 16 arrows sticking out of it.
Was I able to successfully attune?
Well, it takes 4 hours. Alric said that you guys were going to go and go after the ritual and go down there. You said you wanted to go do this before you attuned.
Okay, perfect.
Unless you want to stay in the temple, which is fine by me. But yeah, you need 4 hours. That's a short rest.
I don't know why my brain was thinking an hour. No, I'm going where Ulrich is.
Okie dokie. So you guys enter the inn, and you see Bloodmane and Winnie on their, the plates stacked up like they've just gone to a fucking Japanese restaurant that's got the little conveyor belt sushi, and there's just all these little tiny dishes stacked on top of each other, and Bloodmane looks like he's having a gay old time.
They're on their old Epicurean journey.
as Winnie sees them approaching, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, we gave them money and they just kept bringing food."
This is the best place ever.
It is really good. How did it go? She'll kind of peek around at Sybil.
Our team said I did better than she did.
Is our teen okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Sybil, are you still happy with your choice?
She was trying to do the staying out of the way kind of professional thing, but she breaks into a grin and just, yeah. I haven't been able to move like this in, I don't know, probably 10, 12 years.
I'm glad you don't regret your choice then. We can't undo it. Well, we could, but it's gonna hurt.
No, no regrets there. I do wish that I would be able to go and tell the others, but and she doesn't finish that sentence.
We also can't be sure that that was real. We don't know that that actually happened.
Yeah,
So-
Xavier. When she says that, that'll kind of spark Winnie's memory. Can I do some kind of check to determine if what we were seeing was real with her, what did you call them?
Troop?
Troop, yeah.
What do you mean if what you saw was real?
When we were in the Hag's Lair. Because I tried to heal them and I couldn't heal them. So Winnie doesn't quite understand what was happening. So can I do a check to try to figure out what was going on with that? Because they just disappeared.
Make an Arcana check. They did not disappear. They turned into piles of fucking goo on the ground. They deflated, literally, like the energy and guts and everything had come out of them.
Okay, yeah, because her biggest question is why couldn't she heal them when they were there?
Sure. Yeah, make an Arcana check.
It's a 16, which is actually pretty good for me.
So you didn't take any time immediately afterwards to do any sort of identification on the husks that were there or on the crone's husk. The crone deflated very much like they deflated, though, and you have a sneaking suspicion that there is some sort of correlation between those two, and knowing how ritualistic hags are just by their nature, they were probably captured and prepared ritualistically to act as nothing but vessels for healing. And the dark and twisted fucked up thing about hags is that they constantly want to inflict pain and misery on whoever it is that they're involved with. So there's a good possibility that this was just the ultimate fuck you, watch what I can do sort of thing. And what a better way to get at somebody, right, to quote unquote get under their skin than to make it all of their family members or troop members or party members or whatever it happens to be. So, but yeah, because you didn't take any time in the moment, it doesn't, tough to fucking tell.
So when Alric mentions not knowing if they were real or not, or if what we saw was real or not, Winnie she'll clear her throat and then she'll look at Alric, not at Sybil, and she'll say, I can't speak for sure to whether or not what we were seeing was real, but I can tell you something there was used as a life force and something there turned into goo. I don't... Sybil, I wish I could say for sure if it was your troop or not. I can't. I do know I couldn't heal them. I tried to. And it didn't work.
I know better than to attempt to get my hopes up around them. Do you... And as much as she's trying to put on a brave face there, she'll turn to Alric. Do you have the ability to contact magically?
Yeah.
Is that something you would have the resources to be able to attempt?
Absolutely. I could do that right now. Just give me a name, and I've met them all, so...
Gamora.
And I'll try and cast Sending.
Okay, so you perform the incantation. You call out through the ether to Gamora. The spell concludes. You hear the static kind of crescendo, and then there is no connection made.
I didn't... There wasn't even a connection, so... I'm sorry.
Her features go just very still, and she just nods. Thank you for attempting it.
Sybil, what? So, did you ever have an interaction with hags before we met the Not You? I'm curious as to why they targeted you.
The blunt truth? I was in a good position to be able to get to you.
I don't know, there's a piece missing, I think. There's,
My main thought here is that she was stationed in the town where we originally ran into the hags in the first place. So she could have been taken or swapped before we even met the first time. I'm still trying to figure out exactly when the swap happened. I'm not sure if it was before.
It was a few
it
weeks
was before the surgery, that's for sure.
Yeah.
From what I've been able to piece together, it was a few weeks before you came, after the conclave first was called. It gave them time to, and she swallows very hard, to become me, and to maneuver Mama Mundi so that she would present me to you as a promising ally.
But that was after we saved Mama Mundi from them the first time.
It's not the first time you encountered them.
You said that before. When was the other time?
She just kind of shrugs a little bit.
I'm gonna do an insight check.
Okay, give me an insight.
Nope, it's a nat 1.
Yeah, you have no fucking idea. I mean, she's said it twice now, in the last couple of days, so she believes that is definitely not the first time, and thinking back to prior to where she was, you can deduce anything you'd like to, but as far as you're concerned, she seems completely confident in the fact that she believes what she says.
Winnie will look around at the table and grab the closest little plate with non-meat food on it, just slide it closer to her and put her attention on that.
She grabs this little bowl of pickled seaweed with radishes.
They weren't exactly telling me. They weren't exactly standing over me and just monologuing, other than what they could celebrate as they had succeeded in this or that. Mostly I just caught bits and pieces during.
Okay, so what's next?
I made myself available to the injured, so I'm used up a lot of my capabilities for the day, plus the regeneration that I had to use. So I think we gather ourselves here, and then tomorrow go to the pyramid.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. We need to keep moving on these because the more time we take, the more people get murdered by this thing.
Yep. So I think just making ourselves available to help around for the day, help the troops get ready to move back, and then anything we can do and help around here for a day, and then get some rest early tomorrow morning. I take us all to the pyramid.
Okay. Yeah, and Winnie would do the same. She'd make herself available to help around town with whoever she could, especially those who fought.
It is very easy to expend every fucking spell slot you have in the form of healing, because there is an atrociously amount of wounded people, who even just patching them up so that they can stand up and walk around is better than leaving them on a litter, which is going to require 2 people to carry them, or a beast of burden or something like that. So we'll say, for the sake of brevity, unless there's something specific anybody who does want to do, which is fine by me.
I want to get as many of like the standing officers that were injured. I want to gather them all together. There's those that are still hurt and injured. And then literally do a round of Beacon of Hope and then Mass Cure Wounds on all of them to get them all as to tip-top shape as possible. And I'll use every spell slot I have. Anyone that's gravely injured, like any high-ranking officer that can help usher and help around, they'll get my 1 heal for the day to get them back up right and moving.
Yeah, I have a heal.
And I will literally spend every spell slot I have, and then walk around doing, if any of them can take closed wounds, and heal on their own, I'll start doing triage like with that, and literally spend every spell slot I have. But I want to make sure I get the high-ranking guys that can help delineate down the line.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do the same. Like, once we had them all kind of gathered up, I would cast the Unicorn Totem, just to get as much healing on them as possible. Expend all of my spell slots, and then I'd also, you said Beast of Burden, I would use my Wild Shape twice if I needed to be able to help move stuff as the Ox.
Okay, yeah, they don't really have any trouble moving stuff right now. It's more of preparing the army to move back to the Grove. That's going to be the tough part, and obviously the more Beasts of Burden they have available, the easier it will be. But it's going to cost you days to drag anything back there, so I'm not totally worried about that. But as far as the healing is concerned, they take literally every drop of your healing, and you cast Close Wounds between the 2 of you until your fingers fucking go numb. There are so many wounds, and more than that, you see that there is a very, very large team of guys and girls collecting the dead, those who are of a specific rank and higher are being ushered into the temples for resurrections and raised deads. That goes on, I mean, literally through the fucking day. But collectively, you two get... why don't Casey give me a charisma check and Candace give me a wisdom check, please? Just a check, not a saving throw, okay?
Ew.
I did it better.
It's not a competition.
Because you're losing.
And while they're doing that, I have a thing that Sybil's going to be doing instead of attuning.
Okay.
I can attune later.
So between the two of you, you managed to get 89 officers from deathbed to fully erect and operational, which, by the way, so erect. They are so standing up hard. I saw the look on your face, Kurt, and I could not avoid it.
I think that's a different kind of healing.
Got some sexual healing. Okay. So,
I didn't know you guys carried around with them.
Yeah, right. No, so you guys get, there are 89 officers, which is fucking huge. That is, battalions worth of upper management ready to roll. And you are thanked by everybody. And there are a couple that are a little bit sour, like almost expectingly, like, look, we are your troops. Your ass should be out here fucking healing us. But they don't say it outright. They're just a little sour. They watched a lot of guys die. A lot of, really terrible. You guys lost like 5 full units of people, so that's terrible too. But you did a really, really good thing. And if you two do not currently have inspirations, go ahead and take a DM inspiration.
Thank you.
And Sybil. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Did I hear somebody say something?
As a note, Winnie would have been apologizing, but also thanking them the entire time. It was just silent healing and stuff. She even offered to pray if anybody wanted to pray as well.
Okay. Sybil, what are you doing instead of attuning?
Instead of doing the thing I should be doing, I'm gonna go and continue to try and curry Lady Artine's good favor and see if the temple or her need any help, because I know she's running herself ragged.
She would accept your help, but she can't accept your help in the clerical sense, because she knows that you don't really possess that capability. But she does if you are offering like sweeping, which she really doesn't like to do. You could do, like the sweeping, the redressing of wounds on those who need their bandages changed. Simple shit like, rinsing out the reusable bandages and things like that. She happily puts you to work for the day.
Yep, she will. Yep, anything that's needed, no complaints. Although anytime she talks to Artine, and she has the entire time, since coming back, it's Lady Artine. Every single time. Understood. She seems, even the first time you refer to her as that, she kind of looks at you, and then she kind of smiles. You see this little, it's about time somebody recognizes who I am, thing kind of creep across her face. Okay, so while that's happening, and while Alric and Winnie are tending to the injured, Bloodmane and Lucy. Now, mind you, there's not a whole lot more time left in the day. You guys picked up about 1 p.m., so this is, we'll say until like 9 or so, until it's time to kind of come back. But if there's anything in specific you'd like to do, if not, we can progress time.
Where are we at with the moon cycle?
Right now, you have 2 weeks until the full moon. And today's Sunday, so 2 full weeks until the full moon, about.
So I guess after guard talk, shoot good. He's been living with I guess this group for a while, and that's and it's been strange because he's had comfortable beds, food delivered to him. They didn't have to hunt. he's just built out of place, and now that he's like shooting at like target, I think he's missing the wild a little bit. So I think he kind of goes to the river spot he was at last time that he purposefully absolutely walked to. Didn't get lost whatsoever. And I guess from there on, just kind of see if there's something he could, I guess, go out and hunt. Because he doesn't understand poaching laws if there's anything like that. So
okay, so
there might be some trouble.
Yeah, so give me a survival check. Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. Followed by an attack roll, please. Goddamn. Okay, go ahead and roll some damage. Okay, so Gartok goes. He kind of heads out west towards the western river here, the spot where he had kind of like laid down and just like decided to play crocodile. And you kind of like get yourself, in the hunter's mood. You begin to kind of walk along the bank until you spot a set of very clearly almost like lightly hilly tracks leading from the bank where the wet mud is down into the river. And with the 17 survival and the 18 stealth, you kind of get yourself down into the water, and you follow the path from where it ended to the other side of the river where you see it pick back up again. And whatever this creature is big. I mean, we're talking probably about the width of the actual track itself is probably about 6 or 7 inches wide, and you can tell it was heavy as shit because it created a deep, like 1-inch drag mark in the mud. So you get up out of the other side of the river, and you begin to travel through the tall natural grasses, which is kind of marshy, but you find this path that this entity took. And after about 2 hours of watching where its trail went, losing its trail once, but easily picking it back up with scent, mind you, and then beginning to trace it, you finally come to a large dead swamp tree. And there is just this crazy moss, like this silvery moss kind of hanging out of the tree itself. And that's when you spot it. Up at the top, you see coiled around a branch is a constrictor snake, a big boa. Probably somewhere in the realms of, 70 to 80 pounds. It's a large creature. It's fucking big. In stealth, you rear back on the bow, and as the creature because it's kind of like hanging part way out of the tree, like its head is kind of down, just like looking around, you assume it took the high ground to hunt. You fire an arrow up, and you hit this thing just underneath the jaw. The arrow goes straight through, out the other side, and just fucking disappears into the distance. However, the snake immediately panics and begins to coil around the tree, kind of writhing in pain. It squeezes the branch so hard that the branch snaps and it falls about 15 feet. Poof! Bounces off the ground and stops moving.
Perfect. Sorry, I was just removing an arrow.
The most important part.
Yes. So Gartok's essentially, because Gartok eats anything. If he can fit it in his mouth, he's going to eat it. So he's going to take the snake and kind of go back to, I guess, he'll kind of wear it around him, like his shoulders. He's going to essentially wrap it around his neck like a scarf and just kind of carry it back. To what I like to now call Crocodile's spot. And that's essentially going to be his spot, and he's going to like start a little campfire with sticks and stuff he finds, and essentially have some roast snake. And that's going to
Okay.
be where he spends most of it, the rest of the time,
Okay, yeah. So throughout
until
the
someone comes and finds it.
yeah, and throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening, you are down on the bank. You skin this thing flawlessly. Just give me another survival check, just to kind of see how this process goes, the butchering process. And you've hunted snakes before. They don't really make them this big, like where you're from, but you could tell this thing eats a lot. So as you cut it open, you manage to skin it beautifully. You get like a really long, probably like a 13-foot long, foot and a half wide length of adult snake skin. Good shit. You cut away at the meat, and we will say that you get a usable £16 of snake meat, and you also find a clutch of 10 undeveloped eggs inside the snake as well, which are perfect, kind of like chicken eggs. They haven't been fertilized. You can consume them or cook them however you would like. But that is, that is what you find. So you've got 10 snake eggs and 16 pounds of snake meat. So you cook up some of the snake meat. You roast it. You get a stick in it and just kind of like do the slow spin on it. And I mean, as you consume, you are at fucking home. And having succeeded at a hunt, which is a very instinctual thing for Gartok to do, you can also add an inspiration point to your character sheet.
Thank you. Do you know how much the 10 snake eggs would weigh?
We'll say 1 pound. All right. Bloodmane, are you just hanging out?
Yeah, I was probably going to try to read over the tome a little bit more, figure out what the hell's going on with it.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and give me an Arcana check, please? Better than the nat 1. All right, give me 1 sec. Who was that?
I would assume it was Ellie. She's just on our bed.
Okay, so you don't manage to break through that iciness, but you are starting to understand the complexity of what it actually is and how it's manifesting and why it's manifesting in the way it is. So you sense that there is something inside of this book, a gift that your patron is trying to bestow to you, but he's not just giving it to you, or I should say they're kind of genderless, but they are wanting to give it to you, but they're not doing it without you having to really work for it. And you understand that. You understand that you need to find a way through this exterior ice, which you do manage to do a couple of times. And what you're doing is you're watching past the ice at the page below it. And you're seeing the runes kind of glint across the page underneath. And quickly trying to match those runes to what you know you already use in your invocations, you trace those runes with your finger on the ice, and a couple of times you see them kind of like flare up and almost take to the page, like glow and like want to do something, but then you miss that second rune and it kind of, but you're slowly learning and understanding the runes as they're appearing, and will eventually be able to unlock that. All right, so for the sake of brevity, my friends, we are going to fast forward through the remainder of today and into the evening. You guys gather back, those of you who are not staying down by the river, gather back at the inn. Bloodmane is there going through his book. You guys come in, you're seated, you have a nice meal. You do realize that none of you have seen Gartok in like about a day, because nobody went looking for him before you guys broke this afternoon. Because he was, well, that's not true. You got a couple of you saw him firing in the back, but when you guys came back, he was not in the back anymore.
Okay.
Gartok, the new old sickle. Oh god. Okay, so are you guys interested in doing anything else, or would you like to move on through the night?
I feel like missing Gartok when he would want to try to find him again. First thing she would do is check the river to see if he was.
Oh yeah, were you the one who found him last
Yeah.
time? Okay, so yeah. For the sake of brevity, you go back up towards the river near where Crocodile Bluffs is, and and you, from a distance, you can smell like roasting meat, and you see a little campfire, a little tiny thing. I mean, it's no bonfire or anything, but as you get closer, fucking Gartok is sitting there with this long piece of snake skin draped out over over the top of this fire, like it's being cured with the smoke, and there's a huge slab of snake meat laid out in a small basket with a bunch of eggs in it, and then just like thousands of large reptile bones in a pile. A very neat pile though. Everything's super, as savage as it looks, it's very, very organized.
As she walked up and noticed that, would try to stifle her blech, just because it's not her style of living, but understanding, like, you know, there's a fucking balance, whatever. I'm a druid. But so when she sees him, she'd kind of, okay, well, you're fine, so that's good.
Don't be that
Well, we didn't know where you went. Do you want to stay out here tonight, or did you want to stay in the tavern?
Like it here. Sorry, my voice completely went away there. But
No, it's okay. Well, I don't blame you. Outside is very nice. Do you want to stay out here by yourself, or would you like company?
he'll probably like point to like you and then where you came from, and he'll go, "You." Bloodmine told him his name, but he probably like screws it up.
That's fair.
Probably something like Blood. He'll probably just call him Blood.
Well, I mean, typically, yes, we do stay in the same space. He also has been known to sleep shoreside, so if you want company, it wouldn't be an issue, but if you don't, I understand needing some personal time as well.
It's okay. You used to in building with. I live here since small.
And he's gonna point towards the eggs.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna... Well, never mind. No, I don't want to know. Okay, well... Can you come back to the in the morning so that we can all regroup?
Okay.
Okay, just stay safe, okay?
Okay.
Just give him like a little pat on the head. And then go back towards the inn.
He has like this little frill on his back that fully like pops up.
It's kind of gross.
Okay.
It's like
Little
touching
bit.
him,
Gross,
touching him
this
feels
is-
like touching a scaled catfish. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so then back to the inn and she'll just let everybody know where he is.
okay. So we go through the rest of the evening, and as we progress into the night, everybody finds solitude in the comfort of wherever it is they're sleeping, whether it be in a dingy tavern room or in the river or near the river, coiled up with snake eggs and snake meat.
If it weren't for that, Winnie would have stayed there.
And I imagine that Gartok, being cold-blooded, kind of huddles around the fire to keep as warm as he possibly can in the night.
Absolutely.
All right, so
Snake blanket.
hell yeah.
I'm probably going to try the attuning, even though it's going to mean I sleep less,
Okay,
because she knows that that will probably be necessary for the future days.
sure. Okay, so you so it's easy enough to do. We progress into the sleep cycle though, and you can successfully attune yourself. However, with your lack of sleep through the night, you do suffer 1 level of exhaustion, giving you disadvantage on ability checks until you long rest again.
Familiar. She's used to this.
I know.
Now she just feels like herself.
So everybody wakes up.
Like yourself. Sorry.
Yeah. So it is Monday, the 27th of Jury. We are calling it 8 a.m. Again, for the sake of brevity, we will say everybody has woken, has gathered themselves, and has come together for breakfast. Gartok walks in to the inn with this massive, like, it looks like he's wearing a Snuggie made out of snake skin. I assume he's just got it like wrapped around himself because it's comfortable. You're like, wow, this thing really knew how to do it, and you successfully smoked it overnight. So it's a little gross, but fuck if you care. It's a them problem, not
Yeah,
a
it's like
not a
those
Gartok problem.
Sorry, DM question.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Do the Fell Blades require 1 attunement slot or 2?
yeah, it's 1 for the set.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, that would be fucking rude if I said they come in a set, but you need to attune to both of them separately.
I would have accepted it, just so you know. That makes
Yeah, they're not as cool as they appear. So I mean, don't get me wrong, they are actually really cool, especially with how they manipulate poison. But okay, anyways, so you guys rest, you eat, you are rested, full rest, everybody, full HP at this point for everybody. What are you doing now?
Gather everyone together, tell Ezekiel that we'll be heading to the pyramid, and then I'll use teleport to get us there. So that's my planning. I don't know what anyone else needs to do, but
probably plan to jump in the teleport.
I mean that might be a good idea. I don't want to
Yeah.
go alone.
That would be my plan. But she'd make sure that so Winnie would be keeping a very specific eye out for Gartok in the morning, since she specifically asked him to show up at the inn.
Yeah, he does. Because at sunrise he'll get up and start moving. And then meet them there with the snake as they were described.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So once she
Snuggies. I hate it.
when she sees the snake Snuggie, she will just bring him inside and then get him caught up on the plan. We should probably eat before we go.
He probably pulls out some of the eggs from his quiver of alarm.
Oh, no thanks, I'm allergic.
Best pocket dimension.
Yeah, he just pulls out a handful of fucking snake eggs. Pretty obvious what they are too.
Yeah, Winnie will just kind of shake her head. No thanks.
I'll take a
He'll
couple.
offer some to Bloodmane. Yeah, Bloodmane, Alric, and Sybil.
Sybil will happily eat. I mean, fuck, it's real food. It's not coming through a creepy, horrible oil tube.
So have you boiled, have you, like, boiled these or anything, or are they just straight raw?
They're probably boiled.
Okay. So yeah, you guys, like, peel back the outer shells are super, super soft, as snake eggs are, and as you kind of pop them open, like, peel them off the top, it looks just like a hard-boiled egg. Smells a little funny, but tastes great. Snake meat's good if you eat any of that.
I'd like to think, like, as they, like, peel it back, Goshawk just takes a bite, shell or not.
It's easy. It's like eating shrimp. It's an option to take the shell off, right? Oh, no, that's... the forbidden husk.
So while they
Nom, nom,
eat, Sybil's going to, or like as they start to kind of settle into their meals and stuff, I spent a lot of time watching what you all did. Can I share with you some of what I saw that you might not be aware of?
I don't follow, but sure.
And she's going
Bartok shakes
to...
his head.
Gartok shakes his head no, she can't share anything.
No, it's a yes, it's a yes.
So she's going to start kind of from the beginning of, like, when Sybil joined the party, and she's not going to get terribly far. She's just going to kind of run through the Stillwater encounters and maybe like the first couple of days after, and just very much painting. She's going to spend, I don't know, 10 minutes painting Winnie and Alric and Bloodmane as just these compassionate heroes. Not anything grandiose, but just kind of very much focusing on them and what they did, and just kind of trying to remind them of what they can do and what their motivations were at the very beginning. So everyone would get, 14 temporary hit points.
Okay. Well, fuck, I dig it.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
But she is...
Wait, so I get inspired by what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. She is starting
Oh,
to
yeah.
give this story that will take multiple days to conclude. But it's meant to be kind of the start of a little bit of a performance. Just an ongoing one.
I feel like while she's telling stories, especially if she mentioned something about Winnie would kind of not look uncomfortable, but she'd kind of like look away, almost like guilt on her face. But she does still feel inspired.
It does not require a roll. Would you like a roll for this, Kevin?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no need to.
Okay.
Is she being insincere in the story she's telling, or is she lying? Okay,
she's
no,
just-
then
she's
yeah, no.
using her performance.
It just happened. Sorry, I was getting all your guys' temp hit points set up. I apologize about that little lull there. Okay, so give me one moment. So you guys finished that. You do feel emboldened. You feel like you are ready to take the day on, which is how you felt before you took on the crone, if I'm not mistaken. There was also a speech given then, and it was, although it wasn't by the same person, but you feel strangely similarly emboldened. This one is literally 1 hit point better than the other one.
Love it.
Hashtag level up, bitch.
Getting it from the source.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so after that happens, you go to Ezekiel, you tell him what your intention is, and he says, I, as always, wish you nothing short of the best of luck. The military is leaving this afternoon. We're going to work for the rest of the day to get them prepared, and then Winfina will try to get you a message as soon as we can, once we know they've arrived back at the Grove. With that being said, my friends, I bid you adieu, and good luck. Be careful, by the way. This entity, this Octavius, I have no legitimate familiarity with them, except that in our archives, just recall and remember that the Empyrean tried to scrub his name from the history books, quite literally. Alright. So, you are going to be performing the teleport spell, yes?
Yep.
Alright, so you gather everybody up, and you begin to, formulate your incantation. You, in a way that's different as far as you guys are concerned, because you guys are used to stepping into circles and there being a flash. He's not drawing a circle. This is teleport. This is actually teleport, right? The teleport spell? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So he just begins this series of incantations, and as he does so, he reaches out rapid fire and touches each one of you on the forehead. And as he does so, as his fingers come towards you, you guys see the tips of his fingers are glowing with this hot, like almost steamy platinum energy. And as he touches you, he kind of draws this symbol on your head, and as you are looking out and at all of each other, there is a glowing rune on each one of your heads. He then brings his hand back on his own head, and as he peels his palm away, you guys see this eye kind of split in his forehead and open momentarily, revealing this blue draconic eye. As it blinks, you all see a flash, and I need to roll on this GM table. So you have only viewed this place once. Alric has been to the pyramid one time, therefore you are rolling on the viewed once table. So with that being said, there is a 43% chance that you have a mishap, and then we're looking at on target being about a 25% chance. So incoming, go.
Sorry, really quick question. Not to be a pain in the ass, but just out of curiosity, since he was for a time, what was Josh's character's name?
Saki.
Yeah. So since he was a Zaki, does that help his chances any to
Nope.
not have a mishap? Okay.
No, just like none of his other, 100 past lives who have been to the pyramid multiple times are not going to influence the now. Him, in this iteration, has only seen the pyramid one time, and that was during your guys' one visit.
It's only risky once, then I pick up a little chunk of stone, and then it gets easier from there.
All right, so an 11 is a mishap.
Can I use my inspiration?
So the inspiration is typically allows you to roll advantage or disadvantage, but I suppose you could do that. Jesus Christ, Candace.
Look, I'm just leaving it.
Every time she sits down, some massive thing just topples
No,
off
it's
of her
the
desk
same
and like
thing.
fucking explodes.
It's a glass bottle of lotion.
Yeah, it sounds like a vase. But yeah, I'll allow you to use your inspiration. Go ahead and mark your inspiration off.
I did.
And let's re-roll. So you had a mishap. And a 14 is also a mishap.
Oh well, it was worth a shot.
So, let me roll on the mishap table. And give me one moment.
Well, it was nice time you guys were teleporting in the middle of rocks.
One moment. All right, so the All right. So there is a flash, like somebody just took a picture right in your face with one of those old wind up in, charge cameras. As the flash happens, you guys hear Alric say out loud, "Oh shit!" And you say, "Oh shit!" in unison, like, "Oh god, what happened?" Suddenly, there is this burst of hot desert wind and sand that cascades over your face. Everybody takes 19 points of force damage as you rematerialize outside of the pyramid of Namare Kotepik.
Well, you feel slightly less inspired now.
Yeah, good thing you all had those on, huh? So, you guys feel the energy does get you where you need to be, and Alric, you feel that you have succeeded at your teleport, but there was a mishap in how you guys rematerialized, which as you did, you fell about 10 feet up in the middle of the air, hit the ground, and when you did so, the remainder of the teleportation energy dealt the force damage. However, you do see the pyramid ahead of you. However, it does not look like this beautiful picture that I currently have you at. Instead, you see this. The pyramid, which once stood as a fucking testament to divine worship and divine protection, has been absolutely crushed. Not completely reduced to ashes, but has very clearly been battered to fucking pieces. Outside of the pyramid itself, all of the structures that were once there are in the process of smoldering. Fires have been set. There are massive piles of corpses that had very clearly been set ablaze at some point in time. And there is a very clear path of hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of feet that move from the west to the east, leading away from the pyramid. Everything here is dead, as far as you can tell, and the place is in shambles. However, you do still see little bits of heraldry, almost as the ultimate fuck you to the World Breaker, the Cult of the World Breaker, and the hordes of undead that have trampled through this place. Off in the distance, you notice the familiar waving flag of the Pyramid of Namare Kotepik. The birthplace of the Aasimar, for most Aasimars anyways, and the place where the gods literally speak to the divine entities that have ruled here for thousands of years. As you hit and the light kind of comes back to your eyes, what is it exactly that you guys would like to do? You know, or at least you are in assumption that the entrance to wherever this entity is more than likely somewhere nearby or within the vicinity of this pyramid.
First thing I want to do is
Give me one sec. I apologize. Give me a sec. Somebody just raided the stream and it screamed Leroy Jenkins in my ear, and it scared the shit out of me and I couldn't hear anything. So give me just like 1 minute. Hey guys, how are we doing? Who is bringing this raid over? We have got Nauchoto with 11 people. Holy shit. Hello and welcome in. Wow. Hello. Where do we know you guys from? Are you playing Cyberpunk? Hell yes to the Cyberpunk. Thank you for popping in. We are in the midst of playing some Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if you remember me. I don't think so. The amazing... I don't know. Should I remember you? I'm so sorry. We probably haven't seen you in a very long time. Thank you for the stretch. I don't pay a whole but I've followed you for a very long time now. Well, shit. Welcome in and thank you so much. Hang on. I'm going to go look
That's
at...
true, since 2020.
I know a place.
Where do I... Oh my god, holy smokes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Did we meet you through Drowned Fish? Was Drowned Fish who brought you over at some point? Yeah,
They were playing Pillars of Eternity too.
Oh, Pillars! Hell to the yes. Well, thank you so freaking much for being here, and thank you for the love, and thank you for the raid. Sorry, I'm clicking out of that real quick. Bear with me. My chat bubble here is being a pain in my ass. Being a big old pain in my booty. Oh my gosh. Hang on a second. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, my chat window is totally separate of my other windows, so I'm doing good though. Yeah. So I wanted my community to discover your Twitch channel. Well, thank you so much. I seriously appreciate it. I'm so happy that you guys are here. I'm doing good. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. This is session number 47 of the Wildlands campaign. This is the second campaign that we've got that I've been running. But yeah, thank you for being here, and thank you for everybody who popped over. I encourage you to drop a follow if you like this kind of content. I'm going to jump back over to the crew right now. I don't chat a whole lot when I have D&D games going because the team here, the players, they get all of the attention. So hang out, please enjoy. We're about to do some pyramid exploration. And yeah, we are so excited to see you guys. Thank you for being here. All of you so much. I'm going to have to pay attention now to when you're streaming now because no, you are not interrupting at all. We're just excited to see you guys. Is a big fan of my work. Awesome. Man, you guys really make me feel like y'all make me feel like a king. Well, welcome in. Stay for a while. Enjoy. We've still got another like 45 minutes that we're playing. So just hang out and enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you guys here in just a little bit. I'll talk with you all a little bit more towards the tail end of the stream. All right, guys. Sorry, I was getting some love there. Okay. Let me All right, there we go. Got some proper windy desert sound going on. So you guys see the heraldry still standing defiantly among the wreckage of the once perfect pyramid of Namarikotepik. The wind is hot, the day is hot, it is desert hot. There are corpses strewn everywhere. Some of them look like they have been intentionally decimated to a point where they couldn't be brought back. There is just absolute, undeniable destruction here. You have survived the teleportation, even though there was a slight mishap in there. You are alive and well. What would you like to do?
First thing I want to do is walk up to the pyramid, grab a small piece of rubble, and just put it in my pocket.
Okay. You can absolutely, you can add just a chunk of the pyramid. Negligible weight.
I'm gathering associated objects, as FYI.
I got you. That's good.
This is probably the hottest place Gartok's ever been. So he's probably just looking around, getting used to his new environment.
Yeah, and
enjoying being warm-blooded in this case.
Yeah, it's great. You have to do so little work to live here. It's amazing. Now you know why crocodiles live in these hot-ass places.
Gartok looks like he's ready to fall asleep.
a Gartocodile? Okay.
As we approach, when he's going to be looking for, like, any people or even, I hate to say it, but bodies around the area, just kind of trying to get a feel for what scene we're walking up on as far as the people who live.
Oh, there's a shitload of people. I mean, again, there's big mounds of corpses that have been burnt, that have like been set ablaze. You see bodies that look like they've been decapitated. They've been split in half and left. Some of it looks like it was maybe done by enemy hands. Some of it looks like it was maybe done by friendly hands. You hope it was after death. But a lot of the destruction, as far as the bodies are concerned, looks like, in your experience with the dead, that they probably knew what was coming after the World Breaker and wanted to ensure that the undead could not create any more minions, at least any more than they could already handle. And it is evident that the undead left corpses behind, and the ones that were left behind are pretty in abysmal shape.
Okay.
Or completely torched, so.
I guess, like, as we're walking through or over, she'll just kind of be shaking her head sadly, but I'm going to be listening as well for pretty much anything. I don't want to be snuck up on by anybody, so I'm listening.
So, aside from the sound of vultures, hundreds of them flying in circles above you guys, potentially they may have been here when you got here, but have been spooked back to the air from the sudden teleportation. There are a lot of vultures flying around above you right now. But besides that, this place is still. I mean, aside from the wind and the crackling of fire. Yeah, have at it. This is a fucking buffet for Gartok.
Similar to Gartok, but for very different reasons. Sybil also looks like she's about to fall asleep there, but she's just kind of trying to keep her own head on a swivel. Just moving a little slowly behind, but doing her best to keep up. Very, very quiet.
Also, so while I'm picking up the good sized chunk of debris that I can carry around with me, they're not good size, but small size. I'm gonna try and see if there's any possible, like, start to look for the entrance, like start to investigate around, see if I can find anything.
Okay, so yeah, anybody who's gonna be looking at the or looking for this entrance, which I'm assuming you guys were all trying to kind of partake. Okay, so we'll consider this a group challenge then. Pyramid's fucking huge, by the way. I know my pictures don't do it justice, but it's big. Go ahead, everybody give me an investigation check, please. This is a group investigation check.
Oh, I'm disadvantaged.
Yes, you are. Hey, Alric, alright. Alric and Winnie, because Bloodmane definitely failed, Sybil definitely failed, and Gartok failed. So, you guys spend about, once you find what you were looking for, which does happen, about 7 hours have gone by, and you realize that you walked past this fucking place 2 hours earlier, but Bloodmane had assured you that he already looked there, and there was no need to go back, and you guys were so confident in his perceptiveness that when you came back around the pyramid the second time, and Alric was like, wait a minute, and he didn't, like, say anything out loud at first, but then you started moving stones, and you were like, I found it.
It's over here. Yeah, so she listened first before trying to do anything. She's gonna listen at the entrance.
Okay, so what you come upon is so just so you know, it's so behind the pyramid, like back over on this side, this tower right here, this obelisk has fallen into the side of the pyramid, which is why it was easily missed the first time, let alone the investigation check. You realize, though, that what it stands out to you because this is not somewhere that you would normally have seen if you were just walking around the pyramid in its heyday. Instead, this obelisk has fallen into the side of the pyramid and crushed a section that then collapsed into what is clearly a set of stairs that begin to descend. This place is not built down. This place is built up. Like, that's the whole point of the pyramid as a whole. It was always, you know, the closer you can get to the heavens, the more divine you are, which is why that crazy broad who lived and worked here was all the way at the top of the pyramid. This was hidden intentionally at some point in time, but you do find it. However, it is covered in rubble, so if you would like to begin to remove the rubble, go ahead and give me strength checks for anybody who is removing said rubble.
Great.
Now it's time, Bloodman.
Is that one also disadvantage?
Yeah. It's an ability check. Okay, so Sybil doesn't do shit. Alric doesn't do shit. What the fuck, Bloodmane?
I'm stronger than Bloodbane today.
I've been rolling like ones, and I think the highest I rolled today was like a 4. I don't know, man.
So, over the course of another 30 minutes, putting us at a ripe 5 p.m., you guys, Bloodmane is like, the heat is taxing on this guy. He's used to humid heat. This dry shit is not fucking, like, you actually look over and you can see, like, there's like dandruff already starting like in his beard, and he's just like itching, and he's like, what the like, he's out of place here. Gartok, you are in it to win it. Winnie, you are in it to win it. The DC was 15, so Alric, Bloodmane, and Sybil, you didn't do jack shit. But Gartok and Winnie just fucking He-Man pieces. Like, you guys are like lifting like little pebbles and like little handfuls of sand and stuff. They're lifting columns and large, you know, fucking 4 foot, 5 foot long stone and marble slabs up and off of the doorway. So eventually, you... Go ahead, what was that? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard someone queue up and then Casey vanished. Uh-oh. There he is. Okay, so you guys do get the, you do get this doorway cleared, and what it is it's actually a set of stairs that does descend down into darkness. Those of you who have dark vision see that it stops about 50 feet down.
That's not me. I don't have dark vision.
I do.
I don't anymore.
I do not. I have dark blind sense, 10 feet if that matters.
That doesn't help for shit, no.
Who wants the light spell?
I have some torches if that would take less energy.
Oh, it's literally, I could make light spells all day long.
I can cast dark vision.
Winnie will kind of like tip her spear toward Alric.
And I'll put light at the tip of the spear.
Okay.
Can I cast Pass Without a Trace?
You absolutely can. Go ahead and mark off your spell slot. And how long does that last? Is it 8 hours?
Up to 1 hour.
Oh. Never mind. Okay, well, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, so then Winnie will kind of poke the spear in to try to just kind of see as far as we can initially before we just blindly walk into it.
Okay.
Or crawl
Give me
into
one
it.
moment. Okay, so the two light sources, just as we progress forward, the inner light is the bright light, the outer light is the dim light from the light spell. As Alric touches the tip of your spear, it kind of begins to glow brilliantly. And now you can see perfectly down the... it goes down, the stairs go down about 50 feet. Gartok, he performs this kind of quiet, lizard-like incantation, which honestly just sounds like him fucking talking to himself. But then suddenly, as you guys all look down, not only do your feet stop leaving prints, but your bodies kind of, almost like a chameleon's skin or an octopus's skin, kind of just, it just kind of like glints suddenly, and as it's like your flesh is desperately trying to blend in with your surroundings. So everybody has advantage on stealth checks. I believe so it's advantage on stealth checks, or is it plus 10? Plus 10?
Plus 10.
Okay, so
I'd like to think Gartok's scales kind of turns more orangish and blends into the stone. Towards
oh, hell yeah.
Like a chameleon.
Yeah. Got them chameleon-ass eyes. All right, so you guys are now over here-ish. And now you can see below you, Candace, there is a closed door that is made of stone. Do with that what you will.
I want to listen at it first before we do anything.
Okay, so you descend the steps. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw since you walked down there, but I'm just fucking with you. But that would have been funny.
I was getting ready. I was like, all right, let's.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I did it. I just ran down the steps of some ancient corridor that hasn't been touched in 1,000 years. Okay, so go ahead and give me a perception check, please.
Oh, okay. Now it's my turn.
Oh, okay. No, you don't hear anything, and you're very confident that you don't hear anything on the other side of the door.
She turns around to everybody and kind of shrugs.
Okay, give me just 1 sec.
Gartok shrugs back.
Alright, there we go. That blue circle is going to wind up being anybody who's inside Pass Without a Trace, since you have to stay in that circle in order for it to function.
Thank you.
Gartok, that's not concentration, right?
It is up to an hour.
Ah, it is concentration. Thank you. Okay. Alright, beautiful. So, you get down to the door. Surprisingly, the door appears to be unlocked.
Do you mind if I take a look at it?
No. She'll step back and allow Sybil to walk past.
Okay.
I'm gonna give the door a good ol' once-over.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
The good old rogue once-over.
Okay, yeah, you look it over. It is definitely unlocked, and it does not look... The dust and sand and sediment on this door looks like it hasn't been touched ever. It also does not appear to have any sort of mechanism on it that would lead you to believe that it's trapped.
Well, no one's touched this thing in, I don't know, maybe ever. I don't see anything that screams the door's going to explode when we open it, so...
Okay, who should we have go first?
Me.
She'll line up behind Bloodmane, or if possible, offset, because we know what happens when we're in a line in front of the door.
So unfortunately, the stairway is only 5 feet,
Okay.
and because you guys are both, you know, almost 7 feet fucking tall, it doesn't really work out like that. But you can be behind him for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so again, the door opens with ease. Strange thing about this door is that it is a door that kind of splits down the center, and there's a small latch there where when you pull it out, it becomes a handle, and then as you push the latch to the left, the right side also kind of slips into the wall. Bloodmane, when you get it all the way open, you realize that in order to keep this thing open, there's another notch on the left-hand side of the door that you would put this handle, kind of hook it into, and it keeps the door from automatically closing on itself, because that's what it feels like it wants to do. It's like there's a pulley and weight system kind of trying to keep it force closed. However, as you open the door, directly in front of you, there is another, like, small 5-foot step, and then this sickly green glow is coming from the next chamber. As you guys step into the space, we'll call it, not necessarily into the chamber, you see a second door in front of you. So this chamber in itself is very, very untouched. It's a large, probably 20-foot doorway, 20-foot tall, 10-foot wide doorway. And in the center of the doorway, with a set of stairs leading up to it, there is a large bronze disc set into the middle of the door, and the entire thing has a veil of green hanging off of it. My friends, this is what you see before you.
That's very cool. It scares me.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to do?
Well, if my orc has taught me anything, green is good, so I think we're okay, guys.
Winnie will turn to Alric. Do you know anything? Do you know what this is?
It's an archway.
She
That's not what I-
rolls her eyes and audibly sighs. Do I know what it is?
He wasn't lying. It's an archway. I mean, unless you approach it and want to investigate closer, then sure, fucking, we can make some rolls. But standing behind Bloodmane in the doorway, it looks like a door with some sort of very clearly magical in nature. That is not a natural fucking light coming off of that disc.
I'll kind of push through and go take a looky at it.
Okay.
I would also like to take out one of my many arrows and just kind of put it in the door.
Put it in the door?
Not completely, but like I'm gonna kind of put it through the glowing.
Oh, you're just gonna walk up and put it through the
anything
glowing
happens.
thing? Okay, all right, hold on. Let's do this in an order of operations, because now we're starting to touch things. So, Sybil, go ahead.
Just a simple question. Is this the type of green that we get off of ever-burning torches that we've seen?
It is the same hue of green, but you guys don't see any flames, so... But yes, it is. There is a continual light that is coming out of this thing, but it's manifesting as like this sickly green curtain.
Okay. There's a lot of variations of scary, sickly green magical lights.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Narrowing it down just a little bit.
Okay, so Alric, you begin to approach, and as you begin to approach, Gartok kind of like walks up next to you and just sticks this arrow up towards the green veil. As his hand gets, like, within an inch of it, you guys begin to see words manifest in little chunks of text, little blips of text all over this door, and they appear and vanish. And they're in every language that you speak in, that you specifically speak in. You see no word unwritten that you cannot understand, and they are all in your own respective languages. Okay, so it's manifesting different for each of you. Gartok puts the arrow through the curtain, and it immediately dissolves. And it turns to fucking dust. So go ahead and mark that arrow off. Alric, since you're standing there, and you are the more intelligent of the two lizards currently standing in front of this green curtain, the words that you see, because everybody sees the same exact thing, and it's manifesting visually so that you can read it. And this is what it says. I am a portal to another world below the ground. But to enter me, you must pay a price. You cannot use gold, silver, or pearl, but only something that gives you life. And it's all over, and it does not stop. As long as you stand in front of it, the words constantly appear and reappear.
Alric, we do have some diamonds.
I was gonna say, this thing has a diamond toll gate. That's rude.
So Winnie will go into the bag of holding, and sorry, we have a lot of shit in there. We have a lot of different kinds of them. Do you think we should start with what could work for Revivify? She'll hold out a couple of different choices. There's one that's pretty small, one that's a little bit bigger than that, one that's like bigger than that, and one really big one.
Yeah, let's try the small one first. I feel like, because we could be wrong, and then we're throwing something in, and I saw what it did to that arrow, and that means it's gone. So let's just try a small one first.
Okay, so we're gonna go from 19 to 18 in the bag of holding. It's a 50 gold point, 50 gold worth diamond.
50? Okay.
Yeah.
So you are doing this?
No,
Winnie?
she's gonna hand it to Alric.
Okay, so Alric, you take the 50 gold piece diamond, and what are you doing with it?
I will walk up to get pretty close to the gateway, like have it like literally like holding it by the very tip that I can, and try and put it through the gate without getting a finger lost.
Okay. So you put it into the veil. The diamond immediately dissolves. You see the door kind of flicker, and the bronze piece in the center begin to turn, and then stop, and then go back to its normal position.
Yeah, I think we need to do 300 at once.
Well, we don't have a 300 one. We could do 6 of those, or we have a few that are worth 500.
How many do we have that are worth 500?
8.
Yeah, we'll do one of those.
Okay, so she'll hand over a 500 gold worth of diamond to Alric, and we now have 7 in the bag.
Sybil's just gonna kind of blink a little bit and just very obvious, like, holy shit, they do spend money like this. Holy crap, that was like 3 years worth of pay.
You can't take it with you, bitch.
So, Ulrich approaches with the 500 gold piece diamond, and he places it in the center of the veil where the bronze disc kind of where the center of it is, and it flashes as the diamond touches. It flashes this brilliant green energy. It lights up the entirety of the room, and as you guys all kind of like wince back and look back, Ulrich is gone. There is not a pile of to clarify. There is not a pile of dust on the floor. Just so we're clear, as the energy refracts off the interior of the diamond and blasts him. No, that'd be terrible. But he does disappear. Ulrich, I will get to you in one moment about your thing, but I want these guys to figure this out first.
Okay, I need 1 second. Rocket's going.
Yeah. Do your thing. You're in limbo anyways.
Winnie's gonna look at Emig and say, so one for everyone? I didn't hear him cry in
Your
pain.
talk is where Ulrich. Your talk was where Ulrich's standing, trying to figure out where'd Ulrich go.
Yeah, you like looked straight to the ground, assuming that there's going to be a pile of dust, and there's no dust. He's just gone. Like, he's just gone. There's like footprints in the dust where he was standing, and magic.
Did the magic that took him, did it look anything like what we would see when we were teleporting?
The only thing you saw when you were teleporting was a blinding flash.
Okay.
The green refracted through this diamond in a brilliant manner, and there was a flash in the room, and when you looked back, he was gone. So you do with that what you will.
Okay.
What if we tried just making contact with each other? As we did that, in case it's...
Oh, you mean like a chain?
I am not a king of magic. Not like the rest of you are, but...
Well, whatever we do, we need to do quickly, because I don't want to leave him there by himself very long, wherever there is. We can try it with just one, but I shouldn't be the first one to go, because I have all of the diamonds. So...
I can hold it. I'm realistically I have the least very expensive gear on me.
Alright, so Winnie will hand, another 500 gold diamond to Sybil, and then grab, Gartok's claw, and Emig's hand, and she'll look at Emig and say, take her hand, and nod towards Sybil.
Sybil is holding this like it is the most precious thing. Cause, yeah.
Gartok probably like hold on to Sybil's shoulder.
Yeah, I'll hold on also.
Okay. So, Sybil, kind of as the beginning of this fucking potentially disastrous daisy chain, puts the diamond up towards the center, touches it, again in a very similar, blinding, brilliant green flash. There is this, and you guys look back, and the three of you are standing there, and Sybil's gone.
Okay.
Wherever Sybil's at, she does look to see if she still has the diamond because that was worth so much money. I don't need details.
You won't get details, but as you look down, no, there's no diamond in your hand.
Okay. Now there's 2 of them gone. The 2 we actually just got back, so... maybe we... I don't know. Keep using these, I guess.
Go.
If there's only one way forward.
There's always more than one way.
Okay,
More shine.
Winnie will take out She's gonna take out one of the 100 ones and hand it to Gartok and say, "Try this one first."
How much is it?
A 100 gold.
100. Okay, so
He will put it on to.
Gartok just totally
He will do exactly
just
what Sybil and Alric did. Yeah.
just boop.
He doesn't know what the shiny rock is.
There's a flash of light, and you guys kind of wince again. It's really bright, especially with how dark it is down here. The flash kind of makes you put your hand up. As you look back, Gartok is still standing there, and the diamond is gone.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to use. We could try doing 3 of those at once, but I don't know if that will work. It seems like it wants one of a specific value. So, she'll hand another 500 gold one. Why don't you go, Emig, just in case something bad's happening wherever they are? There's no dust, so I'm assuming they're getting transported somewhere. Unless you have a different idea. Or I can give you the bag of holding and I can go next.
What? Go.
I'll go. I'll just grab it and hold it forward and see what happens.
All right. So, in another very familiarly blinding green light flash, the Bloodmane is there one moment, and then the next, gone, and the diamond with him.
And with that, she's going to shove another 500 gold one at Gartok and say, "Go, go, go." As she panics about potentially sending everybody to their doom.
So Gartok immediately just like reaches like from her hand straight to the door with his long ass arms and cluck, and then there's this whoosh again, and Gartok vanishes and the diamond with him.
And with Winnie being the last one standing, she's going to say a very quick prayer to Obed High and then do the same with diamonds. So just so that you know, Kevin, we're down to 4.
Okie dokie.
Gartok waves before he goes.
Bye bye. All right. So, one moment, please. All right. Welcome in, my friends. Welcome in. So, as the energy kind of projects you through, give me a moment to change the music. There we go. Had to get the special music on for my special adventurers in this special little place that we've created here, much like Bob Ross. Okay, so you guys, yeah, that's the final boss, by the way. It's just a giant Bob Ross. I'm gonna paint their pretty little corpse right over here. All right, so the light flashes. You guys rematerialize one after another and descend this little stairway. Now, you guys know how my campaigns are. What you see is what you get, okay? With that being said, however, this entryway is lit by ethereal blue flames that are held aloft in black iron sconces. The black marble floor is not only out of place for this region, considering where the tomb is located, is not only out of place considering where the tomb is located, but knowing how much effort it would cause to get this marble from where you know it would come from, which is on the very far western island up to the north near Nashangu. This does not make sense. Massive pillars of dark gray stone etched with the bas relief of open-mouthed skulls and draconic wings rise up in this chamber 50 feet. To the east, we have a single door that is closed. To the south, we have a single double door that is closed. And to the west, we have a single double door that is closed. To the southwest, we have another single 5-foot wide door that is closed. And down here to the southeast, we have an archway which is open. Everything in here is quiet. And it's clear by the dust on the ground that this entryway has not been inhabited in a very, very long time. What would you like to do?
Well, first and foremost,
Gortok probably looks around confused and she goes, "Oh, then let me find Alric and Sybil and Bloodman as well. Bloodman, my bad." And he just kind of points at them, kind of like the Spider-Man me.
You okay?
yeah. And is everybody good?
Yeah, feel okay.
Well, we still have some diamonds. We don't have as many diamonds as we once had. But we still have some diamonds.
Oh, shit.
Some is better than none.
Would you like me to take a quick look around?
Just be careful.
Alric, can you have multiple lights going at once?
I can only have one.
Okay.
You can give it to her.
No, that's fine. There's enough light. I just might need you, if there's a door in that direction, I may need you to help with that, but I'll check the others first. And she's going to drop her backpack where she's at, in case she has to move quickly. And then she's going to start by... she's going to look kind of at the floor and at the pillars as she's going, but she's planning on going by the other door.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm going to be giving her guidance while she's doing this, since I'm going to be following right behind her.
Understood. Go ahead and roll with guidance. Oof. Well,
I can't roll under a 17, so... Rogues.
yeah.
And it's D4?
Yep. All right, 18. That's pretty fucking awesome. So you get the you drop down, you kind of look at the door. The door is made of stone, but there is like this intricate ironwork that has been woven like into the actual structure of this door that has reinforced it. And as you kind of glance around the room, all the doors have very similar reinforcement. As you kind of look, through where there are keyholes, but as you start to manipulate and mess with it, the door is unlocked. It does not appear to have any ill intent.
She definitely has like a focused kind of expression as she's doing it, but she's gonna relay to Alric. I can probably, it's an archway. If there's a trap over there, it's probably on the floor, and then whatever's on the other side of the room, and that's assuming the pillars don't have anything. It's your call.
Do we want to try this door first and then see where it leads us and then backtrack, or do we want to check out all the doors first and then make a decision?
Maybe let's just check all the doors so we don't get bombarded if we decide to go through one.
Okay.
She's gonna do the same thing, keep an eye on the floor and the pillars as she's moving, and then go and glance around the archway.
Okay.
In the floor and top of the archway, all the things.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Ulrich's going with, is this also a...
Yeah, sorry. And I'm also gonna keep like that same thing, guys.
Yeah, we'll assume that he's every check that you're going to do, at least in this room, now that he's behind you praying fervently. Okay, so yeah, that's oh yeah, fuck yeah, no. Again, it's very similar, intricate stonework with crazily bent and almost. I mean, it's very artistic in its nature, and the aesthetic of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but realizing that what it's doing is reinforcing the door itself, this is one of the best made doors you've probably ever seen. Again, unlocked, and for the life of you, you cannot see any trap.
Well, I don't want to say that I'm starting to relax, because I'm not, but this is beautiful craftsmanship, and it doesn't seem problematic. Moving on.
As you're doing that, Sybil, make a history check.
Oh no. Oh wait, disadvantage.
It is disadvantage. 9. Okay, we'll leave it alone.
I almost knew the story.
Almost.
But then you did.
Nah, too tired. Okay, going over here, doing the same thing.
Okay, make a perception check with the good old guidance. Goddamn. All right, again, you look the door up and down. You actually take extra time on this door because you're just not convinced after all of the hag bullshit and hag layers you guys have been through and all of the crazy fucked up traps and sigils and arrows and darts and electricity and curses and eating dirt for fucking weeks. Like, you just don't believe it. But you are convinced that this door is as mundane as the other two.
Winnie, she'll relay then. Winnie, can you, think a little more?
There we go.
Thank you.
And just so you know, it just for reference, while we are taking the time to explore this place, any room that has the ethereal blue or ethereal anything lighting, we are assuming, just so you guys know, is well lit enough to see in. And in those rooms, I may even turn the lights off so it doesn't fuck with everything else around it, but just so you're aware.
Okay.
Either way, it's much brighter now. Go ahead and give me...
I still like the... Why are you moving the flashlight so much?
Yeah, right. God damn it, just hold it still right here, kid. I almost got this lug nut done. Go ahead and roll. There we go. Perception. Yeah, being fucking Jesus. Okay, so 20. Again,
I'm a rogue.
It is as mundane of a door as any other.
She will just kind of turn to Ulric, give a little... Either it's beyond what I know, or it's suspiciously fine.
This is the most welcoming trap we've ever been to.
I don't like it. Okay, so now we need to
Be
decide.
careful.
Agreed.
Actually, he wouldn't say safe. Careful, he'd say safe.
Yeah, yep.
Sybil's gonna go back and grab her backpack again, swing it back onto her back, and then start heading towards the door that she's assuming that they're gonna go through.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, because we are right at 2 o'clock, I'm going to go ahead and do a Fog of War reveal. You guys are going to open this eastern door, is that right?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay. So this will help us prepare for next session so we know what the intention was. So I will reveal that hallway. Obviously, you guys can see that the hallway goes down 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 feet or so. Just outside of the vision range of the light. You can still see the dim light kind of casting down towards the end of it once Winnie gets up towards the doorway. But then it takes a sharp turn to the south, and that is where we are going to end today's session. And I believe we have a session in 2 weeks? 2 weeks, yep. So we have a session in 2 weeks and then 2 weeks after that. So, yeah, that's where we'll go ahead and call it for today.
Sounds good.
What I want you guys to know is that you blew through all those fucking diamonds, and I had this written as a 2-part puzzle, okay? It was an either or. You could either put, and I quote, any size diamond that would equal the use of any resurrection spell from Revivify to True Resurrection, or each player can offer a single drop of blood. That was a very expensive door.
Look, I don't got a lot of blood left, so
I've had enough things going after my blood and other things lately. It's mine. I'm keeping it.
No joke. I had legit thought of just going, touch, which would have been really bad.
Yeah, touching it directly may have not been great, but maybe it would have just taken the blood. Who knows? Maybe you had a cut on your hand from when you put the arrow in. Who knows? Anyways.
My first thought was also just giving it food, because food gives you life.
That's clever. That's actually really clever. I worded that in such a way, too, that I was like, you know what? I want it to allude to them needing the diamond, but I want you to use your head and think of other things that give you life. It was kind of fucking rude, but... And then I was like, they're just gonna pay their way through this. This is a pay-to-win model game now. Welcome. All right.
Your diamond. Or no progress.
Where's my V-Bucks?
You have to spend like 75, 80K in like the past 4 days of game time.
Yep, pretty much.
What's 2,000 gold worth of diamonds?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you guys got it now. You guys are level fucking 12 and 13, so like this is it, baby. Pay to play. Also, Lucy, thank you so much for joining us. I want you to know that you even making the attempt to be here when you are in fucking Africa, like out on the savannah eating bushmeat burgers, is just, it's awesome, and it's a true gift, and I'm glad that you were able to do it. So.
No, thanks. I'm glad it worked out because I love playing D with y'all. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna miss D&D. And then, psych, my dad was when we arrived here. My dad was like, oh, actually, we do have Wi-Fi. It's over there.
Hell yeah! Oh, all right, yeah, we got it. You're running off that Starlink satellite shit, man.
Yeah, but I have to say, I'm not sure about tomorrow night because hours have moved essentially 2 hours further. So instead of being 12 at night, it's gonna be 2 at night.
Yeah, that's
which
a little
also why I
rough.
missed Steam last.
That's no problem, bud. That's no problem. Candace, I think she's got.
I have, as you
plans.
saw, I have a roommate. So I'll test it tomorrow night. If I wake him up or it's too much of a problem, then I'm afraid I can't go on Sundays.
Yeah, that's okay. That'll be all right. I mean, if not on Sundays, then Candace already has that planned out. She's got some guest people stepping in to play. I believe in the form of Seiru and Rose. They're kind of staggering to fill slots. So, and thankfully, it's only a temporary thing. And then we get Kat back in 2 weeks, and then we get you back, I believe, in three. Are you back in 3 weeks or 4?
3 weeks. I'm coming back 13th of January.
13th. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put a note on my calendar, because I keep telling myself that I know what I'm talking about, and I clearly have no fucking clue, so...
Well, you were right about me missing, too, because being out of town and stuff. Being able to, the once a year see the family.
Yeah, trust me, I understand. So, Kat, you'll be back on the 7th then? Is that right?
I will.
Or you'll be back on
for
for the 6th. Okay.
Yes. I'm missing literally just the 2 Sundays.
Understood.
With much tears.
Understood.
That's appropriate considering why Kira's not going to be around. Much tears.
Yeah.
After the
I
last
almost killed Bonkin.
Exactly.
Yeah, you did almost kill Bonk, and that was pretty nasty.
Well, to be fair, Min almost killed
That's also true.
They're same thing.
That was a rapier stab, actually.
Don't touch my
Oh, that's
Did
right.
Min also get you? Or did she end up missing?
I think Min missed, but I mean, or either that or it wasn't as much damage as the rapier stab, but still, it hurt.
Yeah, Kira stumbling backwards. Like, oh no, her villain arc. It's not supposed to start yet.
Alright, friends of the stream.
Yeah, Bonkin's gonna go around talking to everyone.
We are going to go
tomorrow.
ahead and,
I think the longest conversation is gonna be with
Please
Marcus.
join us and help bring
for good
some love over
reasons.
to Taizen. He is
I'm not calling
he
you
has a
out.
very festive Christmas hat, which is
And
awesome.
there's
I see
definitely gonna be
Maria
one
in the
with
background.
Kira.
That's even cooler.
Seeing her reaction.
Gonna be in her room.
Alright, we're gonna be raiding momentarily.
I'm next to your room. You can't escape me. I'll bust through like the Kool-Aid, man.
Okay, you will lose your throat.
Oh boy. All right, you two, settle down. Guys, we have to go get the kids up and ready. We're going to actually start baking cookies. We're making Polish jelly cookies called klatschkis this afternoon for Christmas. And, yeah, we'll see you guys. Have a fantastic, since we're not going to see everybody until then. Well, actually, that's not true. We'll see some of you, I guess, tomorrow night for D&D. But if we don't, have an excellent Christmas. Have an excellent New Year. And
Yeah.
I very much look forward to seeing all of your beautiful, bright, and smiling faces on the 6th.
Next year.
Tiny little thing.
Awesome.
One,
You guys have a good night.
if you're making cookies, I can be there in 15 hours and 42 minutes, according to Google.
Jesus Christ, that's actually really accurate.
Second, hoping it might not be the first, it might be the week after that, but I am hoping to start streaming early next year.
Yes.
Probably Monday.
All right, guys, we are
Hell
ready
yeah.
on my end. Here we go. Thanks,
So
guys. We'll see you
that's
tonight.
a thing.
Yes, I want you to. Are you doing? Are you going to be doing?